howdy. Hi, hello. How's everyone doing this afternoon? My name's Austin. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars archive on this very chill of Sundays. I'm glad to see you all here. Thank you for joining me. I'm happy to see we're getting people interested and invested. I'm seeing more and more traction, which makes me just so delighted. And I'm glad I just have more people to talk to about this game. I've been grinning from ear to ear, which I know is what I say pretty much every video, but I just sort of thought the like good luck would wear off at some point. It hasn't. We are not quite yet at my stream time at 5 o'clock, so here's something we can do to open. I said that I'm like, oh yeah, no, we're about mechanics on this channel, and then someone immediately was like, here's a mechanic, and I was like, oh, I'll deal with that later. Like, what in the world are we doing? I need to I sort of got wrapped up in the idea of just it being a playthrough rather than dropping what we were doing to like figure some stuff out. So I feel like if we have those kind of questions, we can open with that sort of thing while we have these like couple minutes before like stream officially kicks off. So what we're going to be doing is not this mission actually, because there's only one. We can only deploy one here. The question was whether or not Crush applies. You apply Crush to an attack you do. Does Crush apply? Oh, sorry, hold it. Pause. Step back. When you use the Spear Crush, you are going to decrease the enemy's defense. Their armor. That armor change, like you can see when it applies it, when it like on hit, in the same way that like shows like a critical hit. Does that we want here and here? Does that apply then to a support attack you get off of someone else? Right here. So like the point of this is we're not actually doing this scenario. Oh no. Okay, well, sorry. We're gonna cut it on this cut it, and I'm gonna turn into editor Austin for a second. What good lord happened here? This is heinous looking. There is no reason this should look like this. This is so bad. I know, like, I've commented many times on the problems, but this is definitely a thing that should not be. This should be over here so badly. This kind of stuff drives me nuts. Okay. Sorry, right. Right, yeah, so we're not actually here to do the scenario. I need to, like, make sure I have, like, I don't do something that's going to end it immediately. All is destroyed, or a Luminous enters the designated zone, fail to destroy the V Luminous in a single attack. Okay. Okay, so maybe we won't get this. This may not be a good test example, but I think we'll be fine. Right, so we want to go here and here, and then next turn we should be able to test this stuff. Okay, so we are going to make a new save state, just because we're going to be reloading twice to see the two different combats. So first, let's look at combat without a Crush applied. I keep saying Crush. I'm sorry. Is it Crush? Oh, well, okay. Never mind. We loaded it wrong. I was used to having Kaiser Grid Knight, and it's the Grid Knight that has Crush, not the Dinosaur. So, well, let's... This is why I don't normally do this stuff on stream, because there's a lot of goofiness in reloading and unloading, which I don't know is the most interesting to watch. But like, we'll see. Theoretically, people are here for the numbers. So let's go. Today's a day that would be good that if I had a camera, we could be live with said camera to get all of y'all to yell at me. I got a new chair. My old one was, I think I said it a couple times while we were on stream. My old one would just like depressurize sometimes randomly, which did not work. That wasn't gonna fly. But I'm definitely been shrimping a lot more because like trying to get used to this like new awkward uncomfiness of this chair. It's just like it's really fresh, though, so it needs to get broken in. But I feel like I could get like I feel like I get a lot of like stop shrimping comments if you could actually see my face. But all right, here we are. So yes, we are going to. Nope, not load. That's bad. Save. Let's make sure we actually hold on. Yes. Okay. So we want to check first. We want to not miss this because that sort of defeats the purpose. We want a focus, and Kira is doing damage. Okay. We don't need to see the attack animation itself. So that's doing 10,400. And then Kira is doing 9,350 on a crit. Okay. None of this matters. All right, now we reload. The trouble is because Kira crit, this might still end up being a little inconsistent looking. Okay, but now we're going to crush. This will not change. This should not change the effects of the Kaiser Grid Knight. It says that it does not change it. That crush does actually. We'll watch the animation so we can see it. But it does. The crush is supposed to apply after the damage, not during the damage. Right, and you'll see it pop up on the left side of your screen. And like, this is pretty obvious. I'm sure everyone has seen it before. But like, if you want to be analytical, even saying straight out, like the very obvious things. Like here, see the armor down the side. Like, even identifying very granular, very specific, very like known quantities of information is useful and worthwhile, right? So that's still the 10,400. Now we need Kira to do more than 93. Now we need to see if Kira does more or less than 9350, assuming that he crits. Because if he doesn't, then we have to like reload this. And I do this often, where it's like, okay, well, we can't actually like get exactly the same conditions to happen again, so it doesn't actually like it doesn't say. We don't care about the attack animation here. I just wanted to like show where the armor down goes, in case you hadn't seen it, or in case you hadn't used something with it. Because admittedly, we only have, I think, 3 effects on the entire roster of characters right now that can drop armor, which is Koji's Rest Tornado, Ren's Assist, and the Kaiser Grid Knight having Crush. I don't think anybody else has Crush. Okay, we did 9,660, which is 310 points of damage more than we did otherwise. Not a lot of difference, but it is a difference. And numbers are absolute too. So like there's not a like number value roll. There's not a value roll on damage, right? Like damage is always exact and precise. There's no like variable integers in the middle there. So yes, that does mean that Crush will apply to your support attack, which I figured because the game all but promises that the support attack is a second attack. So there's no reason that Crush shouldn't be active. If for whatever reason you did like an action that gave you 2 attacks back to back, but you didn't like leave combat, but like the screen goes dark, the HP bars like reload, like that's a new action. Oh no. They're gonna put Show in the Billbine again. Yeah. Oh. Okay. How do we recover this? I mean, I guess we can bring the Gurren back out. Interesting that we don't have Shion though. I guess did they just unseat him? Okay. First, nope. We need to assign. Okay, yeah, you've just been unseated. That's fine. Okay, so you get in here. That will at least do something. We can give the Gurren back some parts. A adapter, I don't think does anything. We could give her plus move. That might not be bad. I think she does melee, right? Yeah, everything's melee, so Spirit of Shot doesn't do anything. I'm like never sure how they're going to like do the wave, like what the name of her thing. Oh, we'll just give her the 2 like S tier parts. That'll work, right? Because like she's probably not gonna end up getting that much use anyway. And then we're just missing 1. Are we using every one of our normal support bots? I guess we are. I guess I'm not opposed to bringing Athrin. Well, let's go back and put some parts on him then too. I mean, we may as well. It'll take a second. And in that second, I can say, I am, if you're following the C plot of this channel right now, I am 2 episodes away from the end of Code Geass R2. So I've said a lot of times that I've been trying to avoid spoilers on the channel, but like I do have a lot of thoughts that I want to talk about. So I think we will discuss on Thursday. So if you're catching this live and you'd like to chime in, I'll be talking about things more on Thursday, which will then just be like I'll spoiler tag or I'll give a spoiler warning before we start talking, in case you haven't seen it yet and you do want to. And you are also playing this game that has like deep spoilers for it, but like who knows? I don't know. I guess this will do. Oh, right. Sorry. I forgot that Hayate is good now. You need to be up front. You can probably be more forwardly. Probably roughly like that, right? The Gurren probably should also be up front if it's ever going to do anything. This, like, triangle formation is not conducive for, like, how our units work. But that's fine. Okay. We're on normal conditions. Oh, I guess we should put Athrin on the team just so we can get one more cutscene before we start. All enemies defeated, any ally battleships destroyed. Okay, cool. Gable's over here. Yazan's over here. Todd. Maybe we can get Todd or Burn in this stage, if I was doing it right. Okay. Well, howdy there, control room guy. Good to see you. I wasn't sure if I would. There's definitely sometimes I think is Sunday the day you're not around, or is Monday the day you're not around? There's definitely one stream where I've noticed where you are usually not here, and I figured this was today, and I guess I was wrong. Glad to see you. Anime book club, kinda, yeah. I would love to do that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Yo, are we already in? Okay, we are already cracking. Yeah, he doesn't need to be souped up anymore. Why? Hold on. Why is he starting with 150 morale now? Did I do? Oh, I forgot about the soldier's medallion. Well, This is our plan, so let's rock it. How has your day been so far? I'm assuming you probably you just got up. Yep, this is this will work. We also just can hold on. Oh, hold on. there's a crucial element that's missing here that's making this not feasible. Where are assist links? Game, why did you take these from me? Okay, that's needlessly lame. Why? Not too bad. 8, that was my laptop not wanting to run Wuthering Waves or anything. I think I've solved the problem. Good, I'm glad that's solved. I'm sorry to hear that computer tech like that is, like, dealing with computer stuff like that is so frustrating. I'm amazed that you're playing Wuthering Waves and not Digimon. What happened? Did you beat it already, or are you just, like, taking a break so that you don't burn out? And thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty okay. I also just caught up. I ate lunch. I played like 2 rounds of, I guess it's like GOAT format anymore. I guess it's like, what is it, Chaos format? Yu-Gi-Oh! Chaos format, and then I'm here. Right. Callan does just kinda honk now. I mean, we could fix that. We could fix that. I've sort of left her to die. Would that be in range? That would be in range. We can charge. Okay. Suzaku can chip there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And then we can pull the Dynazanon forward to take out that Bat-Shoe and then do the, like, the usual recombine with the Kaiser Grit Knight. And then we can send them on the other side. Yeah, that seems fine. We still need to excel you, though. That's did Yomugi's morale go down because they combined? That's weird. And then I think we're just charging you up more, right? Because we need up to 170 is still the stat boosts. This is fine. You still have a second one, and then you can come in here for this Leprechaun kill. They're usually worth something, and I usually end up wasting these. So let's spend at least 2 of them before we overcap on that SP. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, I was also sort of just hoping that's why I didn't want to spend Hayate right away. I should have said this at the start. I gotta be better organizing these explanations. I was sort of hoping that if we could just get enough kills, we might get like pushed into the regular portion of the scenario still on turn 1, like that, for instance. Okay, we'll reposition ourselves at a second. Let's look at objectives. Final conditions: all enemies defeated, and then show Daba or Camille defeated. Okay, great. Digimon is on the juggle list along with ZZZ and Wuwa. Digimon also is very grindy to get the Evos I want, but it's also been received extremely well, which I can't complain. I'm glad that it continues to be received extremely well. Waiting for friends to check out first with the new Digimon series, Beat Break. Yes, okay, so I think I said this last time too. I've been like super duper trying to avoid like listening to even like the openings for the new shows because I want to watch them like Ghost Game. I want to watch it like with it to experience like the whole package of it, and I keep getting ads for Beat Break now. But it looks really good. It looks so good. Oh, right. We discovered we didn't have assist cheers when I wanted to come over and give Hayate Shikishima. So we need here. What are starter choices for time stories? Is that what it's called? Oh, aren't the stories ones also the ones that start you at like fresh baked? Is the early ones fresh baked 1 and fresh baked 2, I think, or a translation for them is that? Okay. Now we depress again. I guess we also just may as well Mari because we're not going to put this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right, but we have less range now because we took away the Haro in order to get the like extra starting morale on, which is fine. Okay, how badly do we not kill Yazan? We deeply do not kill Yazan. Okay, that's fine. So it looks like this is going to be another turn 2. Though I think we probably could have done it in 1. I shouldn't have used the Grid Knight also to get us into this portion of the mission. I should have used anything else just to then have the like double damage off of the Grid Knights. I think it's like Hero Club Monthly or whatever, the one that's giving him plus 20 morale is. 20 plus 20 max morale. No, I think the Hero Club is the one that adds you extra SP, not the... Yeah, no, it's like the Shuffle Crest. It's like the Shuffle Crest deal. Oh, we also get more starting SP, so it's going to be even easier to keep the presses going. Okay. Stop the presses. Not like that. Oh, do you... No, you don't... You got started on 100. You get started on max morale, but you don't have enough... We didn't pass through the turns. Like, you opened this... Daba opened the scenario, then got the morale, so he wasn't around with 130 or more morale to get the press from his ability. That's fine. We'll go here. I don't think it's going to matter. Oh, we also didn't even need to... We didn't need to get up to 3. We only need up to 2. Time Stranger starters are Demi Devimon, Gomamon, and Patamon. Oh, cool. Okay. I don't know if those are standard choices for the stories games, but those are at least like all of those are recognizable to me, for better or for worse. I do like when they get a little weird with it sometimes, but I really like the stories games because of I really believe in more the ethos that like Digimon change a lot. Right, that like you can just like really chain Digimon through different different branches or different Evo lines. Right, that you're not just like stuck in doing the ones that are canon to our character stories. Or like characters from the anime story. You know what I mean? Right? Like you could potentially like move the Demi Devimon over into like I don't know, like what seems odd. Like I feel like you could slide pretty much anything into anything. I think there's like a connecting point. It just might be like an absolute nightmare to get that to actually happen though. Okay, we are still at practically max energy, so I think we don't need to be quite as goofy about how I've been moving around. If you were not here when we talked out the Hayate plans, the reason we're doing that is the dynamometer is giving us like just so much energy with it, so like we're just fully refilling everything, all of our energy every turn. Digimon Stories games will consistently have different starters every game, and yeah, free flow evolution means starters aren't super restrictive. Yeah. But like you said, it also, it is definitely an amount of influential, because like early game it can be very hard to get the like I don't remember what the names of the stats are, but like especially for the characters that are like more like story significant to like other canon, they tend to be locked behind a lot of like pretty hefty requirements, right? So like your starter could still like influence early games. Oh, I forgot to press there. That's fine. We were going to need to do 2 turns anyway to get all the bosses. Okay. Oh, and they are 5 off to start. Okay, so we might we might consider giving the 2 getter piles. I don't know. Actually, hold on. Like, we can just check that. You have, we gave them break morale limit to actually like get to the amount they needed, but I don't think we have them with. Is it, yeah, fighter spirit? They do not have fighter spirit. Okay, so we could buy up 2. We could buy up 2 levels of fighter spirit for each of them. That might be worthwhile, so that we are also hitting like the same thresholds at the same time. That probably also was super not correct, because we could have split that attack up. That's fine. So I guess I need to start checking. I do think I might be splitting my attack up, thinking it's costing me less because each individual attack is costing me less, but overall if I have to use 2 attacks, it might be costing me more. I may have been an absolute buffoon. Which, really, can you say you're surprised? Nope, not you. This is Sho and not Shion. I gotta like remind myself that. Oh, okay. We do have a new weapon. The Aura Shot. Okay. This is like good excuse to level Sho up some more, because now we actually have a reason to put him in the theoretical cannon unit. I remember back in my day, the Zeta Gundam didn't get to have post-movement attacks. That's still not enough. So have an attune, and that's like a pretty heinous waste. So I'd rather just heal it instead. With, yeah, you can heal it. Okay. And then Sho can come in here. But yeah, we just can't do that yet. Okay. Back here, or a beam sword. I mean, sure, I guess we'll take a blast. That's fine. Oh, he already has gain on. That's why he already has gain on. Right. I forgot that we gave it to him. But like, he gets so heckin' little from it. It's so little. And yet, English and JP use different level localizations. I personally think the JP ones are better in the West. Uses fresh, in training, rookie, champion, ultimate, mega. I also cannot keep track of the order they go in, because the sequence of champion, ultimate, and then mega does not make sense to me. Mega to me reads less than ultimate. I don't understand why ultimate is lower than mega. I don't know if this is like a normal popular opinion, but like I struggle with that so hard. Oh right, yeah. It's I was thinking of fresh when I was saying this, I guess. Right, because isn't the Japanese one in training 1 and then in training 2 for the first 2 levels? Oh, whatever, that's fine. That's fine. I wonder if this chip will also end up mattering for getting them down. We also didn't get burned down. Do we end up... Maybe we do just take a little bit more time. I was gonna say, maybe we take a little bit more time to see if we can get Show over here to get Todd and Burn. But A, I don't know if I fulfilled the conditions to get them. And B, it's not like I'm gonna put them on the team anyway at this point, so... Okay, but we can at least try and give Show, like, Dablai as a kill. Dablai. I combine Daba and Gablai. At least give Show Gablai as a kill to, like, see if we can jump him up to Aura level 7. Because he's only at 6 right now. Yeah, he's only Aura Power level 6. I just want to see what Shot looks like. Atherin doesn't actually need a level. Just give this to Soletta. That seems fine. How's Shion looking? He's right. Yeah, he's just also farther behind. Okay. That's... He doesn't have a lot of spirits, so this is going to be... He's so spirit dependent. That's fine, yeah. Okay. What are we looking at here? Right, we need you to get, like, one of the two... We're allowed to attack. I need him to either get charge or snipe. Pretty badly. Oh, and for Digimon beyond the Mega level, Super Ultimate is the JP terminology, and Ultra. Oh, yeah, also saying Ultimate and then Ultra is lunacy. Not that Super Ultimate is that much better. Thank you for this Digimon Crash Course. I do like the series. I just, for all the reasons I just said, cannot keep the hecking naming convention correct. Oh. I guess let's figure out what's happening with Gablai in a second, because we still have a lot of people we could bring over to do something about that. How lethal is this? This is 2,800. Okay, I think the Grid Knight can take out Todd. We don't even need to analyze him, probably. Right? Like, that's... Yeah, we don't even need to analyze him. That's silly. This is why I was saying I think we probably could have done it in turn 1. I guess there's no reason not to take a cheer. Right? Cool. Also, yeah. DW, the naming convention of levels is commonly a pain point among fans. Yeah, it just feels... It feels needlessly cumbersome. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So... I think we can get Domon up here to put Gablai in mostly lethal range. Spirits. I guess we should analyze all of them. We can get to... Hold on. We could get to Kira. Okay, we can get to Kira. I mean, that's still decent. Like, he is still a reasonable unit. Okay, this is... Yes. Yeah, that should be good for show. And if not, we can like daunt and such. Here's intuition. That should improve your damage. Yes. I guess we could also just like do this. That's probably fine. Also, if you want something to start that's ongoing, I can't recommend Kamen Rider newest Rider out, only 5 episodes to binge. Imagine Inception, but Kamen Rider. That sounds great. I'm assuming when you said I can't recommend it, I'm assuming you can't recommend it enough. As if you haven't already just like given me a massive list of things that I need to catch up on, because every time I'm like, oh, I haven't watched that anime show, you're like, what? Also, that anime show, please crucify me now. Good gracious, I sound like a parent trying to buy their kids that new Nintendo. They just wanted that new Nintendo. Yeah, I feel like my immediate responsibility is to like probably. I feel like you made Gunbuster out to be the thing I need to be doing next. Or maybe you just think I have like a lot more time on my hands than I do. Let's watch this like not actual canon kill. We have been really cross series where I feel like we've had Daba fight a lot of the Dunbine pilots and the Dunbine fight a lot of the L-Game pilots. I mean, like, I'm only teasing you because like I do appreciate, like I probably will watch. Like I said, you heard me say I want to get the Kamen Rider, so like it's definitely a real feasibility. I do say to watch a lot of things, yeah. I only mentioned Kamen Rider because it's 5 episodes, so a lot shorter to binge. Gunbuster is good and will be relevant since you're playing Alpha. Yeah, right, that's what I was thinking. And like, Gunbuster is also short, right? It's only 6. But is it actually? I guess here's a question. Is it 5? Is it 5 at time of? Is it 5 at time of conversation, or is it like always going to be 5? Is it like? Is it done? I don't have to watch things that are done, but like, especially if I'm going to try and binge it, I would rather, like, I don't want to like ruin myself on it or like just go really hard and then I have to like catch back up that a second time later. I would do that with One Piece regularly, and then just like stop reading it for a whole arc. Then I have to like redo the previous arc to like figure out back where we were again. Where is Suletta? Uh, 5 currently, new episode drops Saturday and usually have subs by Sunday. 50 total is the Kamen Rider usual. Okay, see that's more what I was expecting. That's why I was like, is this just like going to be a mini series because it's like actually going to be introducing something else? But yeah, okay. That checks out. Though I guess it wouldn't be painful to necessarily be caught up on something to have like a thing to watch looking forward to. I gave up with One Piece, just went to the manga. Oh yeah, no, I mean the manga. I don't mean the anime. I think. Okay, so to get on to turn this into a podcast again, I will get on my soapbox about like the nature of or the manga versus anime discourse. I think that we have dramatically blown out of proportion how reasonable of a conversation that it can be. One Piece anime competes with Naruto for me for ruining a shonen, but Bleach is also always there. Yeah, for being the big 3, I think we vastly underestimate the fact that the anime dramatically changes what is happening in a lot of those shows. And not in like the Tokyo Ghoul kind of way. I mean in the manga, when you have characters taking actions, like when you have Zoro blocking something, when you have Luffy taking some attacks, when you have whoever, like a lot of these actions are way shorter, way smaller because it's a way bigger deal. They can do it once. Whereas in the anime, it goes on for like seconds, like minutes. So it feels the accomplishment feels less significant because the actual impact of what they have to do is lessened by the fact that it's just like on and on and on and on. Like these are not as like single crucial moments. If you've not read if you don't read the SBS corner, that's Oda, the mangaka's like journaling of the process. I would say it's probably worth your while. And in one of the early ones, he talks about wanting to have these. I believe he called them at the time dumb, not dumb as in D-U-M-B, but D-U-M, or like the D-O-O-O-O-O-M. I think he calls them dumb moments now to like clarify that. But if like trying to think about that did nothing. Trying to think about those moments in the context of the show, and a lot of these like singular decisive moments are like deeply lost in the adaptation of the anime, I think, because they take every excuse to like stretch out an episode's length, right? Where like you can read chapters really quickly if you want, and then the number of like 1100 or like what is it? What chapter are we on? Like 1300, 1100? Feels much less important. Like if it's going to be a lot. You're going to get a lot less material out of 1200 chapters, where those 1200 chapters only take you like 10 minutes to read, as opposed to like an episode that's what 19 or 21 minutes. But I think that also like ruins for me a lot of what makes One Piece really interesting too, is because you're like forced to have perspective with camera, and then that camera work's always going to tell you what you are supposed to be looking at, as opposed to in the manga where there's so many needlessly, stupidly specific background details that all mean something. So like it is more of a treat to have to go back and reread them to try and find that kind of stuff. Also, pacing is just night and day in One Piece, not to mention the added flashbacks, which just feel like padding combined with the last episode recap. Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about when I was talking about, like, when we were talking about anime tourism a little bit ago. That, like, seeing as half of the, like, major shonen shows just are recap, it would be heckin' cool if we do get to hear from people for whom that recap was written, because, like, theoretically, someone that's written for someone, whether they're actually using it or not, it would be good to know what they have to say about it. If it's like, hi, I'm new to One Piece, I only watch it every once in a while. Like, does that recap actually help them? Does that make them go, oh, I should go back and watch those episodes? Or, like, do they just skip them then? It's very weird. Yeah, okay, and he does little cover stories, too. And if a lot of them are plot significant, like, we've had major plot reveals happen in those cover stories, and just, like, that's the way you get that plot. Oh, Burn's really far away. He did not move it at all. Darn, this is a turn 3? Well, that's my bad. I guess we start chipping him, because it's better to have done damage than to not. I'm just, if I attack him here, he probably just will stay in place. But that's fine, because we'll still be in range. And then the Kaiser Grid Knight will be, yeah, we'll have them close. Okay, hold on. What our skill is at 246. We are not doubling him. That's 224. So we're at 22 points. We need to be at 25, I believe. Okay, so we are just shy on hitting the second attack skill requirements. So we might still be investing into Hayate a little bit more, though we probably want to be doing it by dropping the second attack requirements, just because that's also adding more damage to the second attack. I remember Buggy having a really significant one. Yeah, like how, like I mean I guess this is like technically spoilers but it's like it's so long ago. But yeah, like I guess he teams up with someone, and then that's like becomes a major crew member for a while, Um, it's also how we get to like the Impel Down arc. Like half of the characters in Impel Down, the reason why they are there is only told to you through that. Um, you get an important backstory about what Ace is doing. You get an important backstory. You get an important backstory about what Ace is doing in relationship to an island that became aggressively more relevant very rapidly in recent chapters. Garp gets introduced in the in the cover stories, and that's just like that's how he gets presented in the series. The Straw Hat Grand Fleet all has their like single episodes, and like one of those characters. Sorry, I got distracted by the overlapping note, and also maybe saying the phrase Straw Hat Grand Fleet, but yeah, it's fine. But like one of the characters has a really relevant plot point that just like they just jump to if you've not watched the cover, if you've not read the cover story at all. I guess yeah, like it's funny we've stumbled onto One Piece given it was doing the rounds on the bad site, not named after a bird anymore for being political, and it was doing the rounds on the bad site, not named after a bird anymore. Okay. I figured that's what you meant, but I read that poorly for being political, as if anime is political. Oh yeah, I mean like One Piece is aggressively political. One Piece is aggressively political. They literally, I don't know how you could read that show and not go like, the people who are in power, who have money and wealth, and like try to control the world. Like, this is, I guess, a spoiler, but like it's a spoiler worth talking about. They literally go to the capital where all of the Bubble Boys, the celestial dragons live, and everyone's like, oh, it's so cool and convenient. Look at all these conveniences. There's a conveyor, there's like the vertical, or a horizontal escalator, and underneath the ground they're just like, they have slaves chained up and they're whipping them to like force the escalator forward. Like, how is that not a political statement? They literally buy and sell people. I'm not okay. I'm so frustrated. Like piracy has always been a concept of political like conversation. People were not pirates because they wanted to be. It wasn't fun. They didn't just like, they didn't like, we've like deeply romanticized it, I think, because we've deeply romanticized piracy because of, I think, probably just like Treasure Island and media like that. And like for a lot of people that was just like, nope, sorry fam, just trying to be allowed to live, cool, thanks. You once again, never underestimate people's media literacy, especially anime fans. I mean, yes, it is true. But at least as far as like the phrase media literacy goes, I'm not faulting you here. I just like it is baffling to me because at least with like something like the phrase media literacy, that connotes the idea of needing to interpret, where here it's like there's no interpretation necessary. They literally go, we were born better than you. We will kill you because you look different, and we deserve to own you because you are worse than us. They literally have we call them the Bubble Boys because they're like, you aren't pure enough. We will cleanse you and cleanse the air of your filth. We won't breathe the air you breathe because you're lower than us and look different. Like, that's not interpretation. That's just the text. But yeah, I mean, like people can read that and not. The literacy part is carrying that over into the real world and seeing that that's like a thing that actively happens right now to people in real life, right? That's just like a funny plot point to make them seem like the villains. No one would actually do that. People aren't that bad, right? Right? No one actively does that. Yeah, are we the baddies? I wonder what Strengthened Oromolsk does. Will it do anything similar to Oromolsk? Also, we had a lot of assists left to spend on Frey, but that's fine. And the trick. Okay, cool. Not what I wanted to see out of her upgrade, but that's fine. I mean, she still stays on the team because it's still good. Yeah. But anyway, control room guy, where are you up to in One Piece? Just in case I like, if we're gonna end up keep talking about it, I don't want to like accidentally spoil something. Right. We want to. I mean, we barely even use the Getter Boys. Maybe we don't care. No, we do care, right? Because they're at 146. That's only putting them to 151. They're still 10 away. So actually, no, we just need to like get a way to get them more spirit. So actually, no, giving them fighter spirit doesn't actually matter. This is more worthwhile on Hayate. How expensive is this? We can do that. That'll work. Okay. It's a hard place to ride because I give anime a lot of garbage for being too overt and non-nuanced in villains. I mean, yeah, like that is true. There is a lot of there is a lot of telling and not showing, and that's definitely not my favorite of choices. Right? Like that's not the best way to write. I say trying to like do a lot of writing right now. But it really does seem, unless the villain is kicking a puppy while twirling his mustache, people don't get he is the bad guy. Yeah, I mean, but like, it's funny you say that though, because speaking of those cover stories, we do have Crocodile, known terrorist, just like patting a puppy on the head or like holding an umbrella over his head in like some of the cover arts that Oda's drawn, and everyone's like, oh, but he's a good guy. What if he's got a heart of gold? It's like, nah, fam. Everyone loves animals. That doesn't just make them good then. I guess we can. Is someone wearing the Oromulsk right now? I don't think someone is. Yeah, I mean, we can look at what the Super Oromulsk does, but I'm imagining it's probably just like plus 15, plus 15. I guess the regular one was plus 15. It's plus 20, plus 20, but still, that's still practically nothing. Cool. Well, and we also just like, we also want our like, that gave us enough credits for another one of these. Just keep shading these. We like also just want our villains. We want our main characters to be nuanced. We don't want our villains to like have nuance to them in a way that like doesn't still make them villains. Right? Like if they have nuance, that means that like maybe they're redeemable. Like that's not what nuance is supposed to do. Nuance is about like modifying a conversation, not about saying that conversation isn't going to happen at all. People who feel that way about Crocodile need to rewatch Alabasta. Well, I know, but like people also go, you can just skip this. You can just like skip all those early arcs now. Like it's baffling to me how much people want to skip the early part of the series. Like there's so much establishing that needs to take place there. That like I don't understand. I don't understand how you expect to skip a portion of canon plot and also feel like you have a full grasp over what the story is going to say. I think you are allowed to, like you can do anything. You don't have to read every portion of a book. But I also think you should expect to be confused or not have a, like I said, a full understanding of what's happening in the text. If you are going, maybe I don't need to engage with all of the portions of this that are canon. It looks like we're going to be doing another one of those like characters duke it out kind of scenario, so we'll see how much this is actually gonna like how much this setup is actually relevant. But you go here. I guess also I am making this needlessly penalizing on myself. Hayate has so much move, he can be in the back of this formation. He'll still be able to get to do something relevant. I am an ardent Part 1 One Piece defender. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Partially because I love Baratier and Arlong. Yeah, no, they're very good arcs. I seldom rewatch or reread. I seldom re-participate in anything, just because, like, I mean, we've already said it today. If I can't even heckin' like own up to all of the things that are like still relevant for me to know, right? Like, I am behind on most content. I can't go back and rewatch or reread things. Not to say that it's not worth doing, but still, with that said, I think One Piece is probably what I've reread the most, and like I will still read like Baratier and Arlong Park, and they will still usually bring me to tears. Maybe not like gross sobbing anymore, but like still enough. Like, I still remember largely how sad I was when I first read it, and it's still like yanks some tears out of my eyes. The same happens with JoJo. The fandom too happily will say people can just skip part 1 and part 2, which is criminal to me. Come on, fans in shambles. I mean, yeah, no, but the JoJo fandom is very fascinating to me, because you will hear people say you can skip every part because they like the part that they like, and they're such vastly different experiences. That people just want you to get to the part that they want you to watch the part that they like, which is fair. I get it. I understand, but that's like, again, not the whole story. I mean, like, you said you like Kingdom Hearts. It's the same way in which like Kingdom Hearts is very similar, but not at all entirely the same between games. So everyone has like very different ideas of like what it looks like. All right, where are we now, Multiverse Jango Fett? We are in what makes a battler. We're doing some of the Dunbind stages with the hopes of getting Shion his like battler passive, because he really needs to be doing something. But broadly speaking, what we're doing is soloing stages with Hayate, because he's just absolutely busted. Oh, you're in the stage that I've already passed. I figured you're probably like way ahead of me. I figured most people are probably way ahead of me, because I play not only am I slow in playing this game. Oh no. Oh no. Not only am I slow in playing this game just in general, but I'm also like slow because I'm on stream. I will at least give KH fans, they never recommend skipping games. They are all canon and matter so much. I mean, I've heard lots of people go like maybe Dream Drop Distance recoded and the phone games. You can just sort of, you know, get some descriptions of those online. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a 4 post movement attack, right? We do. Can we chain grab him? No, I don't think we can. Immediately punished for going Hayate could go in the back. Okay, you know what, hold on. No, if I reload, it'll already be in placement, so I guess we are stuck with this. Let me know, are some side stories that I missed, but I didn't know about, and I didn't know there was a line end side. Let me know, are some side stories that I missed, and I didn't know about, and I didn't know there was a line end side. I think maybe my reading skills are still not up to snuff, because I am still like recently woken up. But let me try to interpret this if I've like read this correctly, and then you tell me if I just read your words wrong. There are a number of side stories that if you don't do them by a certain point, they will just go away. There's a line in the side stories in the part where you look at the mission chapters. Yes, those line, yeah. There's a line in those side stories in the part where you look at the mission chapters. Yeah. There's like a line connecting them. What about the line? Okay, well, maybe we just, if we don't move, we bank that Excel. You know the spirits help you survive more. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I know. I use spirits lots of times. You've recommended using spirits to me a number of times. Is there something I'm missing with these spirits, or you just like try to give like the general tip that people should use spirits more? Because like 100%, every time I write a single thing about this game, I'm always like, yeah, use your spirits more. I'll at least get the Dinosaur out of there, and then I think we might just like let them all come in, and then I guess this will just be a turn 2. Recoded, I get, but 3D, I forgot people are not fans of that game. As long as people play Chain of Memories and through have 8 over 2 days, I will survive. Yeah, no, I will. Chain of Memories is excellent. I think 358 over 2 is probably my 4th favorite in the series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My list is in number order. It's 1, 2, then 3, and then I think 358 over 2. Yeah, and like I think. Oh, they didn't have the morale set up. Well, we're just really scrubbing out this scenario. That's fine. Yeah, I think the DDD comment usually comes from the fact that the gameplay is just like really, really poorly implemented. I mean, we don't want to move them. We want to save the Excel. Like roughly. Here. Yeah, like roughly there, and then we can get Ciela in between that square. So then we can, even if we recover you though, you still can't tactical next turn. Okay, so we're actually gonna be down a lot of stats next turn because of that. That's a shame. We can still boost the getter because that actually matters to get everyone else up to that 160. Oh, I'm still not moving the getter anyway while I was paying attention. That's whatever. 3582 is my guilty pleasure. People get real heated about that game in Shion. I put it to you 2 things. One, that people think they can talk about the game because they've just seen the recap movie. And the recap movie takes out all of the parts that are like make the game the game. Right? Like it's just like time after time after time into eating ice cream. And like you miss a lot of the like really important small moments. Like that game is all about small moments, and if you just like don't play it, then you miss all those small moments. But I think people have mistaken their hatred for Shion as a plot point for like actually probably some amount of disguised homophobia. 1 above 2 is very surprising. I rarely hear that. 1 would be higher for me, but the gameplay and lack of certain quality of life drags it low for me. That's fascinating. I mean, like I get the quality of life stuff, but I love the gameplay of 1 because like you actually get to interact. There's like actual puzzles to do. Everything feels weighty. I like feeling like I had a lot of like interesting decisions. I think the combat of 2 vastly outpaces the combat of 1, but I think that's because 2 wants to be a combat game, 1 wants to be an exploration game, and I think 1 succeeds more at being an exploration game than 2 succeeds at being a combat game. But I think it's also why 3 is a little bit lower in my estimation, because it wanted to try and fulfill everybody's want of... It wanted to try and fulfill everybody's want of their version of Kingdom Hearts, and thereby fulfilled none of them because it couldn't subscribe to like any one thought of it. in my impression. Do you have the other ship from Seed? You know that the song Dress pilots. Yes, I do have the other ship from Seed. Which actively would have been very good right then. That you are absolutely correct that would have saved me. You know that the song Dress pilots, I mean commands. I don't know what you mean the song Dress pilots. Oh, like you mean the rest of this crew? The reason I'm using them is not necessarily because I like them. I mean, like, he seems fine. Just that it's exclusively because Hayate has press. That is the full reason why I'm using him. Because, I guess, hold on. Like, if you've not seen this, we need to do this twice. But, like, if we just give him enough damage, Gundam Seed pilots. What about the Seed pilots? Right, like I'm using Kira. I mean, Atherin is technically here. I'm not actually using him. He's kind of just like filling up a space, and he's like the best of our space fillers. But I think we are good to rock. You forgot about the girl. Oh yeah, Lacus. Yeah, no, I do have her battleship. We just didn't deploy it. I valued having the extra morale more, though. I mean, at this point, you are probably correct in saying that we probably don't need the extra morale. We probably just like should be taking the extra movement. Yeah, no, I think you do bring up a good point. I will. I'm just like still so scarred from the beginning of this game that of not having morale that I'm like want to try and like get morale at all points. But we are probably all set on morale. Oh, this is interesting because of support defense. This is not saying we're going to be shooting them down, but this one is. I don't understand. Okay, that's fine. I would like to not break my flash if I can help it, so I can save that for a boss. So I guess we'll just like do this. Still not lethal to analyze that. Oh, actually, no, morale's kind of perfect because some units have morale stats like the Seed that they're Morale Shuffle Alliance members, Super Mode, and Berserk. Yeah, but like Domon, when we open the stage, he immediately goes into hyper mode. We have him set up right now where he has that active right away. Both of our Seed pilots do too. Like, I have their aces such that their Seed requirement's only 110, and they're opening with like 130 morale. So, like, it would normally be relevant. It's just that like I have at this point made that sort of obsolete. The only thing it's really good for is the getter. I did have it on the team originally because we needed Hayate to get extra morale to like actually do damage and like get to use the variable combat. But we now have him at the point where he's starting at 160 morale, so there's just like there's probably no reason for it. This is gonna take a lot of energy, but that's fine. Okay. Are you getting support defended now? No, you're not. This is weird. Okay. But hold on. But if I go over on the other side, will you be? No. Okay. It was just being blocked by that ship. I thought it was being blocked by one of the Malbooks, not the Euclids. What are my thoughts on 3 Post Rebind, assuming you've experienced it? Yes, I have. So there are definitely some gameplay elements that were improved by 3. But my gripes with any combat in 3 were not because I thought the combat was like lacking, but just that there was like so much less reason it felt like to use it. So those improvements made very little difference to me. I don't know if I'm just like an absolute buffoon, which is quite possible. Oh, hold on, hold that thought. We've got a new unit. Finally, the Bellvine. This looks like it's getting all the upgrades from the Servine, I would assume. So we are really undervalued comparatively, I think. Maybe not, because the Bellvine's upgraded and it's at 1900 armor, 176 mobility, 185 sight. Okay, so its mobility is a little bit less, but I also think we also built the Bellvine and the Dunbine asymmetrically, so like that's fair and reasonable. We already have our custom bonus. And Shion has his battler now, so he can finally do damage. That takes way too long for him to get. I don't know if he's worth it. You get that so late into the game. And these attacks are kind of underwhelming. That's 5,700 for Hyper Aura Slash. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I'm that impressed. I mean, this combat doesn't look good, but like I wasn't expecting it to. Yeah, okay. Attractions also kind of snap the combat balance in half. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I hate attractions for, I think, a very different reason too. I hate that they are not contextualized at all. There's just no reason you can do them. The game never gives you a reason why you're allowed to do them. You just can. Even if it was some small throwaway line that like they had made their bond with each other strong enough that they could like always evoke this sense of like joy or play regardless of how dire the situation was, and like that's what made us that's what let us summon roller coasters out of thin air. I would have been fine with that. Like that would have been totally great by me. But no, we can just do it and we aren't told any reason why, and I don't get it and I don't like that. Not that everything has to be contextualized perfectly, right? Like the puzzle pieces of 2FM were just like thrown in a little bit, but like we at least got a reason. Oh yeah, and like they look flashy for sure. I don't mind that. But I still maintain that even just a little, just some small thing to go. Here's the reason why we're able to. I would have been way happier. But admittedly, I normally turn them off. I normally have the whatever the attraction reducer instead of extender, whatever that is. I usually turn them off because they are too broken. Yeah, right. Yeah, it does. It is rather normal. Like most things in that series are very well defined as to why they are the way that they are, and then just some things are not. But I think that's my problem with the whole thing, right? So yeah, so maybe I'm just an idiot, but I also had the worst time, like getting to actually see Remind DLC. Like I had to play the game a whole second time. And even when I did, the cutscenes were not in the spaces where they were supposed to go. I had to like imagine if they were in the right places. I had to like watch it all. I had to watch it all like together in a lump, and like that's not. I don't think that's good. There's just like so many bits of the like the plot just moves forward because it needs to. I don't like feeling like the game has to like baby sensory information, which is a phrase that was not part of my vocabulary but for months ago, but now I say regularly. This like we're not saying much in the actual worlds, and then we need like the big bads to show up and do a little song and dance for us to like keep us locked in. Like that feels kind of cheapening to me, as opposed to like actually having them integrate and do something meaningful. Not that KH1 was very good at that though, mind you, right? We had a lot of, KH2. We had a lot of visits that did not matter from villains. I'm so bad. As soon as I get in my head about talking about something, I get so distracted and forget to use the presses, and it's fine. You can see what I was attempting. Cage 3 is the worst offender. We were just watching a Disney film with Sora transplanted in the corner. Yeah, and like regularly I would say that that is a problem. There are some times that like there are some times where I don't mind that they are pulling from the movie, that they're doing the movie plotitis. If they're pulling moments that like do say something meaningful, like I do think we can set up really important conversations with elements from the movie, because like I mean Disney movies are successful and popular for a reason. Like I don't think they have nothing to say. But look, like I miss the times of Monstro and like Cage One Neverland, where the world was not about the original Disney plot. It was about Kingdom Hearts. And it does feel a little bit more like we kind of just want to recreate a Disney movie. Like we want to make a game that is more Disney now because of the like way Disney handles its branding. But I think the gameplay of being able to switch to other characters to be able to like feel like you can finally interact with them was again good, if kind of cheap, right? Like we've wanted to play as Kairi forever, at least I have. And then like she's really cool when you do get to play as her, but just like it's like 5 minutes, team. What's happening? Why? This is such a cop-out. But she also got done. She's also done real dirty in that game. Like I am definitely part of the. I'm definitely part of the crowd that is like grumbling about what has happened with Kairi and her character, because she was so interesting and willful, and like a real human in one. And the disparity between like super powerful wizard and just like getting her wrist grabbed and fully disarming her after having the most training out of any of our characters is like, I don't know. I think that should make you angry a little bit. I think that that's irresponsible on the part of the writers. I think the difference is Cage 1 and other games, the movies made sense and furthered a theme. Cage 3, it feels very surface level. Yeah, I think we know, well, okay. We know that Nomura, he is the one that decides the games. Like, he has browbeat Disney into the decisions that he likes, right? Like, people talk a lot, like Frozen got forced onto him, and we know that that's not true. He picked Frozen long before it got premiered. We know that that's pop. We know that it became popular after he selected it to be in the game, right? So like that to me matters a little bit in this conversation, right? Because it's not just that Disney's like, here, take all of our popular IPs. You have to use these. They do have like really strict requirements on like how they are allowed to be handled in the game, right? Like there's an interview with him where he said that he's like he very heavily implied in the way that if you like are familiar with the Japanese language, all but said, oh, we were going to do something else with Elsa, but Disney told us we weren't able to. Which is not necessarily to say that they were like going to have Elsa be the villain, as the like popular fan theory is or whatever. But just that like I believe his phrasing was that unfortunately Elsa will not be the one to lend her strength. Instead, one of her creations, Marshmallow, will be the one helping the party or something like that. All right, but like that's like very Japanese coded for we were planning on something else, and then Disney told us no, right? So like there's some amount of Disney control there for sure. But I also think that despite the fact that the game's been out for a year, we're also still kind of early into the cycle of thinking about all the like stewing on what all these worlds could mean together. I mean, I will never I will be early among those to acknowledge if we have sort of just phoned it in, because I have really high expectations about story. I think more than most people do. So Like even if I like the series, I will gladly, absolutely destroy it if that is what is necessary because of some like poor choices. But in the way that like old video games got to be mythologized because we didn't have many of them, and like there was just more time for us to like sit with them and think about them and fuss over them. We were worse at them, so inherently we had to see these cutscenes longer. So we just had a lot more time to think about them. And I think we just like don't have the ability to do that with KH3 because we just like have to move on to the next thing. Another games come out, we have to move on to the next thing. And they will never be mythologized in the same way. So then we're never going to be thinking about them as like critically because we just have less time to think about them. But I will try and see if I can, between now and later, cobble together a thought of like what the universalizing principle of the KH3 worlds is. And again, like I'm not opposed to the idea that in fact everything is just surface level, but if there's a way that we can make meaning out of it, I'd like to. Surely Kairi will be super powerful once Aqua trains her. Surely her treatment really should annoy more people. It's kind of a meme. I'm just happy Aqua escaped 3 pretty much unscathed. I mean, I guess, but like I also dislike when we are like we really care about showing our female characters doing something meaningful, and that can mean that they can die or like they can suffer like horrible consequences. Like the fact that Anti-Aqua led to nothing and there were practically no consequences for her. Like, yes, theoretically being in the land, like the realm of darkness for years is horrid, but like we also don't get to see that. You don't have to always see the consequences for them to actually matter. But at least in this case, it feels very like emotional for emotion's sake. I think Anti-Aqua is probably my least favorite part of KH3. Show or a battle is cool and all, but I never actually watched the show. Yeah, I've only watched part of it. But so yeah, so far it's been fun. Yeah, it's also wild how much Yoshiyuki Kill 'Em All Tomino did in like the early parts of like, the mecha genre. He really contributed to so much stuff. Because he also does Daitarn, he also did L Game and Zambot and what's the one that just has a gym as the main character? I can't think of it. Ideon. We need a press. We need bless. But I am still in the garden. Is it the Garden of Remembrance? I'm like not done all the data fights yet. So far, my time with the data fights has been like decently enjoyable as far as like actual challenge goes. I was on critical. I wasn't on level 1. I was playing 2 playthroughs at the same time most recently. I did critical level 1, and I got like halfway through, and then I just felt like I kept dying to like the cheesiest stuff where like this fire's like coming off the wall in a way that like I can't see because I got my camera turned and I'm still dying. I'm like, I don't know if this is fun. But otherwise, like there's like no difficulty. I know critical wasn't out when the game first came out, but I played on whatever the hardest difficulty was when the game first came out, and I only took a death I only got a death on the final boss in the underwater segment. Like that was the only time I died on the first playthrough. I did not grind at all, and I was on the hardest difficulty. Like a game being hard is not the mark of quality, but like nothing felt like it challenged or frustrated or like asked you to engage with the game in the fullest extent of it. And like I think that's true for KH2 also. Did I not press? Did I just give him SP and not press? Okay, I mean, it's fine. I think we can still do it this turn. So I do like having the data fights to give you something that if you would like to like try to push to the full extent of what the game has to offer. I think that is definitely a positive. Anti-Aqua has a cool design. I'm a basic man, but yeah, wildly underutilized. I mean, it's very clear we wanted all the trios to survive for the end of Saga, so reuniting Wayfinder trio is a given. Oh yeah, like as much as I was saying, like, it's okay for consequences to happen for, like, our female characters, yeah, like, I don't think it would have been appropriate to just, like, kill her off. That would have been, like, very outside the realm of how Kingdom Hearts works. But, yeah, I watched none of the material leading up to KH3. Because I, like, as I've said many times already with, like, a lot of this kind of, like, a lot of these shows, that I don't like to go in with the, like, group expectation of things, right? Like, I want to be able to formulate my own opinions, and getting stuck on all of the hype of what people are saying, to me, is very distracting from, like, actually forming my own, like, informed opinion. So I watched none of the supplementary material, and even I still knew that, like, Anti-Aqua was presented as if she was going to be a Xehanort vessel. So I guess spoilers for Kingdom Hearts 3 incoming. But I think it's actively manipulative and deceptive, the way in which they presented that expectation and then in no way followed through on it. So I don't like when my media lies to me in that way, which is funny because I also think that Kingdom Hearts is, like, the series that I point to when I go, like, I want my media to lie to me more, but, like, in the way that Chain of Memories does. Like, Chain of Memories, especially when you're a kid, Chain of Memories lies to you in such, like, a, I'm sorry, what? Kind of way. Like, give me more of that. Don't give me this, like, media announcement for the sake of just, like, generating hype kind of lying. Honestly, the best way to approach media? Thank you, I think so. It served me well so far. My mental health has look at all the ups compared to what it sounds like a lot of people are experiencing. I mean, there's lots of other things that contribute to that, but so far it has never let me down. I have only been at the very least, if I've ever been disappointed by media, I could only blame myself. And it's always been a fair criticism. I've always looked and gone like, okay, well, why did I expect it to be more than it was, like, probably reasonable for it to be? And that, like, did get me to, like, say and learn some things about what I wanted out of my media. So, like, I don't know. It seems like it's working. If I can try, I can fly. I believe in you, Freya. I'm just glad that the R in your name is not an L. Which is a joke for, like, 3 of you, and at least one of you in my audience. It is fashion from another planet. It does. I think since you've said it, I've thought about it every day that I've streamed, and this is, like, turned into just a podcast. And, like, I do kind of hate that I have, like, so little to say about this game right now, but, like, I think a part of it is just, like, I like to wait till the end to formulate, like, really strong opinions, because, like, I want to see where things are going. But also, like, golly, there's so much filler. How many times have we fought these people? The fact that we've, like, not had to look at a new boss for me to, like, talk out what we were going to do with it in so long is so heinous. 65 XP. I wonder if that can we overcap, right? Like, do we actually get the rest of that we didn't spend on that level? Main piles of allied units gain 1 additional morale at the start of their own phase. Oh, cool. Okay, that's useful. Oh, it looks like we do not. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the game is definitely too long, which is a shame. But I mean, it's like there are definitely a couple of series, this and Shin Megami Tensei to me in particular, where like I would say of the games, of the Super Robot Wars games I've played so far, this is probably my least favorite. I would put it probably at about like a C in terms of rating, based on like what I expect out of the series, what I have heard, and like what my feelings are about it right now. Not that that's probably actually even necessary. Oh, right, because we also need to put points into his unit. I forgot about that. I forgot about that entirely. But, like, it's still a Super Robot Wars game at the end of the day. So, like, a low-grade Super Robot Wars game is still probably going to beat most non-Super Robot Wars games, you know? We just had them... Okay. That's fine. Right, so we need to finish Hayate's unit after this. No, that's mostly where it's supposed to be. The average Super Robot Wars, you'd have more units to analyze, both bosses and yours. Yeah, that's what I figured. That is what I have been hoping for. Like, even in games where we have some repetition, like, I complained about this in R some amount too, that like, golly, do we get the same units a lot in that? Do we get the same bosses in that game frequently? But not nearly this much. Where like almost every other stage it's the same enemies. Okay, hold on a second. What happened here? Why do I have like 40,000? I feel like I didn't take anything off on the left side. I feel like we just have like way more than we usually do when I'm doing this, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we've just scaled up enough and I've not like noticed it. Smash costing less actually matters. Right, we use that on Gamma pretty regularly, and he's also regularly out of SP. Yeah, I think with all that morale gain, I think we probably could leave Suzukaze behind in place of Laka, so we can get that extra movement if we need to. Okay, let's save. Yeah. Is that 2 scenarios so far today? I guess it is, because these like fly now. Well, I guess we'll just do the next recommended one. 3 Principes of Darkness. Get him, Domon Kashu. Man, I like tried to do some like behind the scenes. Oh, I didn't fix that. Okay. So I think you're still going. I think we're gonna go back to where we were before until we get Sho up to or power level 7. Oh yeah, I tried to do some like more behind the scenes stuff with like the story, at least as far as like putting it on stream. But because like I think the real struggle is the fact that it is not voice acted. If we had voice acting going on, I would be way more likely to like display it so that we could like talk about what was happening, or like that it wasn't just like dead silent, right? Like it could itself tell you what was happening, and therefore, you know, like you'd be listening to something. But like the dead silence, or like me trying to then talk over it, and then like that maybe being distracting from like actually like reading the story, just does not feel like it's working. Okay, that seems fine. Right here, yeah. Multiverse Django fan, right? We didn't do anything yet, and all of these are activating. Like even Make Yoshisui is activating to start. It feels like this is going to be a Master Asia stage. It feels like we're going to be doing Master Asia things. Yeah, okay. All of this is dead. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, we are close enough. Have a press. And I guess that's all we need. I guess for the sake of efficiency, we can... Oh, that's not lethal yet. Okay. You are down morale, and you don't have Shikishima on. So I guess let's put Shikishima on first, because I think that's the biggest change of what we've got after doing this little song and dance. Also, the like the regular games also just like have more interesting maps we could talk about too. Like we just like have a whole, there's like a whole angle of this game that we're just like missing in terms of what we could like discuss. Wuthering Waves is such a fascinating game. It had 2 closed betas, but they rewrote the story based on the feedback from those. But it's clear the game expects you to know the basics from CBT. But they threw a lot of jargon at you without properly explaining it. What is? Oh, from the closed beta. Yeah. It's like, is it like technically an MMO? Is it an MMO? But in the Genshin sense, right? It's really similar to Genshin, yeah. I do feel like a lot of those games like to do that. Okay, that's set up. Open world action gacha. Okay, sure. I guess that's true because you're not really playing with each other. We do have a name for that. The game people quit Genshin for. Yeah. Okay, are you lethal now? No, but we're still slightly down morale, so that might be fixable. Just ideally, we don't have to analyze all these Tauruses. I guess let's just do it now because we're in this menu. Are the Gazas... The Gazas are so much less. Okay, so what I should have done was I should have started on the left side. I would have potentially had the morale to 2, 3, 4. I would have potentially had the morale to not need to use the analysis, but oh my word. Okay, hold on a second. We're not doing that. This is just like sequencing. There's like so much menuing to like make this game optimal. Is there like a way to like auto fire this? No, there's not. Okay. I know I don't normally do this, but I will accept it as like stream penalty. I guess also then we can do it this way. Oh, we can't do it that way. Okay, here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can do it this way, right? Make this kill and then start working our way up the right side of the map because they're more susceptible. Yeah, okay. Great. Um, but like even in the ability to like talk strategy, like even in the ability to talk strategy about this, like there's such dominant strategy problems happening here that like it's hard to like have a lot of like meaningful commentary other than like really long term, like how you invest early on, right? Because like seeing how this is, there's like so little reason not to just use Hayate. Like get Hayate absolutely as soon as no, I guess hold on. I guess that's not true, right? We're like this is the kind of thing where we could be talking about stuff, but like I would need to like see the game in the whole scope, which is to say that like, do you get Hayate immediately to be able to start leveling him up, or should you wait to see if he can like auto level from like when you pick him up? Because like this is busted. Or is there someone else who's also like doing this equally as well, and that is like even just more efficient? I don't know if this is somehow related to my severe mental illness, one of them being, sorry, not severe, several mental illnesses. One of them being ADHD, but open world games give me the worst case of choice paralysis. Give me that dotted line. I think that is fair. I do think I mean, like I'm certainly not here to diagnose you, because frankly, like diagnoses are only helpful to like explain to you a way so you can understand yourself. Don't forget to do this. Nope. Right, so just like hearing some random on the internet say it like doesn't do you any good. But I do think especially in this modern climate of games, that is very much more the request. Good lord. I got like there's gonna be like interim saves in here too. That's also not what we wanted. Yeah, that's better. I think we've also like learned some of that out of this like constant pacing of games, right? Where everything, there's so much to do and it's so hard to try and parse that people do just want like want to know like, okay, well, I want this thing, how do that thing? So we have just like sort of made we've just learned to make games around that, and then that just reinforces the want to do that more. Like if you do want it, then like I'm glad it's there. But I also wonder how much that has to do with like just how we design modern games, or not even that modern, right? Like, is this all because that stupid crazy taxi arrow? Oh, don't worry, all my mental illnesses are diagnosed, at least that I know of anyway. I'm glad you have diagnoses if they are helpful for you. I just was saying more to like, you know, I always have a, or I guess not always because this is new for me, but like mental health and like awareness about mental illness is like especially important to me. So I also recognize, not necessarily just to you, but to like an audience that is listening, how it sounds to hear someone in a position in our relationship of authority, right? Like make claims about what that kind of thing looks like. I think especially coming from the fact that like I live in the United States, there's so much conversation that is so unhelpful about the way in which we like treat or think about mental illness. That I am like probably I don't know if I would say like too cognizant of it, but I'm like hyper aware of it and like how I relate to talking about it, or like what message I am sending by saying what I am saying. Again, especially in a position where like people for whatever reason decided to start listening to me now about some things. Uh, please, everyone, go talk to mental health professionals. It's very important. Please understand yourselves. Which, like, maybe some of you are thinking this has no place in conversations about games, but like, I don't know. I think there's a lot to how and what we like doing. Like, there's probably something about me just in the fact that like pretty much all of my interests revolve around this kind of like level of crunch. Like, what does that say about me? And like, why do I feel the need to, whenever I do something, whenever I'm asked to make a choice, my answer is always whatever the hardest one is, irrespective to like what it is that I'm actually doing. That's still not lethal. Okay, so we do need to analyze all of the Tauruses. I guess one thing I will say to like the globalness of this game, because of the way the Jet Jaguar works, with Analyze being so cheap and getting the extra SP every turn off of his passive, the I think like tactical command or whatever, the one that we can like now buy to equip on anybody. I think you probably are supposed to have him on the team at all times. I think you're pretty much always right to be deploying him or like trying to get him. Are we going back up in energy? Now I think we are. Yeah, we are. He just seems so alarmingly efficient. He does exactly what you want a unit who's like sitting in the back lines to do. I guess we'll go over and do this one now to get even more charge. But it's also like I feel like a hard time making claims about the other support kind of style units, because on one hand I have not leveled them up all the way, so I like don't necessarily know what like maximum output's going to look like for them. But on the other hand, you know, leveling them up all the way isn't necessarily what you're going to have as like an all-the-time experience. So like maybe it's okay that I don't necessarily know. But on the other hand, there we go, finally. On the other hand, oh, okay. I think we probably got there with Excel. Yeah, cool. Oh, they didn't use press. I mean, that's probably fine. There's so honking many of them, though. If we could feed a lot of these to Doma, I would not be upset. We did divide a lot of our resources across just so many supporters in the early game, though. So it is, or some like support units. So it is quite possible that if you like focus those resources down, where you would be able to like jump a level or two higher. I am happy how much you use Jet Jaguar. How much use Jet Jaguar is getting. Not super surprised it isn't a heavy combat role. Yeah, I do think I would also like to try it in a combat role, because it did get some like proper defensive properties, and like having an attack that just drops 10 morale is already a thing that you could like put onto other units, and like that's probably decent. So I do think there's like maybe something to be said about moving him into combat. But I think it takes a little bit more investment than we like. I think it takes a little bit more investment than the no planning that we gave it, because you know, I heard Godzilla unit. Of course, it's probably going to be this like double large. I assumed it was going to be like this double large absolute beast of a thing, like the Kaiser Grid Knight was going to be, and it very much was not. I think I am pro moving the Kaiser Grid Knight more into the middle, to hopefully save Hayate, because like as good as he is very much not about defending. Oh, okay. And there we go. And B, I don't want him near Doma, so Doma can like try and like take some of these. And then we just randomly have these two bosses again. Like this. Maybe, like, there's probably not actually story reasons, but, like, why are these two here? There's no reason for these two to be here. We also probably we should have used one of these. I guess let's use a Reina. Just because I wasted some of the assist. I'll put 2 more charges on. I just wanted to have... I want to have some charges into the tank, so that if we need to with Hayate, we can use some intuitions, was like my thinking. 16 unused, that's fine. It does feel a very fragile combo this game, though. Yeah, another one's inbound, probably Master Asia. Oh, no, okay. Oh, yikes. Well, that boss is right in the middle. This might be a game over, we'll see. I don't mind the idea of focusing. That's probably pretty cool. We do so much less damage now. That's okay. The other trouble, though, is this like also burns Hayate's energy pretty severely. Though I think we can probably correct that. I think we are still at the point where we could reach him with... slightly goofy, but I think we could probably still reach him with a Jet Jaguar. A jump from the Jet Jaguar. This, on the other hand, intuition. Yeah, reusing bosses is basically word of a trope, but hey, at least that is loyal to mecha anime. I mean, yeah, that's true. But like, let me in case I've not been clear about this for the whole of my audience. I don't have a problem with the reuse of bosses. That's fine by me. It is with the repeated reuse of bosses. Like, I'm sorry. Okay, it's not as good as it was before. I did think it was going to be, but there was not a world where I thought he was going to be usable. Okay. I'm not gonna get my hopes up too much because we've been baited so many times in this game so far with usable units. Okay. Like, survival strategy is inherently very good. I didn't think we were gonna be getting it on our team. Because this is just 10% that no other pilot has access to, right? Like, we can still stack any other extra damage that we can't hear. We have Excel, Intuition, Spirit, Pierce, and Faith. Okay, nothing like super stand out there. That's a decent amount of skill to like start out. And these are, which is the button for that? This one. It's the little castle formation. Cool. Flash Slugger. Pro Photon Phoenix. Okay. Oh, this is energy down. There's something probably pretty goofy going on with this unit you could do. Of like trying to drain like enemies of their actions. I wonder how much energy it drains. Well, we definitely want to give him a kill. Because if we do, he immediately gains his ace bonus. So we don't get to keep him for a stage, we at least get to use his ace bonus. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I get the sense that he probably is like not actually loyal to us. But yeah, no, I have no problems with bosses getting reused an amount, but just like this constant reuse of them is like pretty sloppy, I think. But I do think it works better in a TV show because you can script an encounter to say something about that character in a way that we just don't have the ability to do so here. And what again, it could happen in the plot, but because to me still the primary way that we're interacting is gameplay. The fact that the boss fight is the same pretty much every time we're in a show, it's very much probably won't be. Like, SRW, to my knowledge, will use moments where if it was in a show, it was almost exclusively a conversation, will still end up being like a boss fight here. Because, like, how do you just have a conversation if you can, like, gamify? At least as far as these mechanics go. So we do just see, like, extra repetition of... Oh, but I pointed out so many times that I forgot still that the kill goes to the assist pilot. That's fine. Okay, rail machine gun is ammo and post movement, so we can still do that. Right, like this still works. To start trying to like rebuy our energy. And then we can, like, I guess, yeah. Again, I think the problem with reusing bosses is extrapolating by how long Y is in comparison to the normal Super War Game story experience, which is easily half the length of this game. Yeah, right? We're like almost every sentence has been turned into a boss fight rather than, you know, what could have only been what could have only needed to be like one encounter. Also, sorry, this is really interesting. No one told me about this, not that you had to. My second attack is acting as if it is standing still. So, because we've only ever seen this out of Kira when I've already used charge, so I figured charge was just letting us do both of them post movement, or with already post-movement attacks, but like we're getting assault maneuver, which is not a post-movement attack for our secondary attack. That's really cool, very useful. Like, we're not going to use it here, but that's like definitely something that I did not think about before. You could probably factor a lot better strats in with that. Yeah, I guess that is true too, right? Like if there's no routes going on, route splits do help break up that monotony, where you might have to fight them twice. Like you might have to fight them this many times over every single scenario, but you're not playing every single scenario all at once. Okay. Or in every playthrough. Yeah, second attack is pretty good, being able to use stationary attacks. It's also good for someone like Amuro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how we originally started talking about it in this, right? That you were surprised that I had never used. Well, that ended up being a waste. That's a shame. Okay. That I had never used Amuro at all with second attack because I just like had not played the more recent games. And now I understand why. I understand a little bit more why he is like such a beloved unit and pilot in later entries, because right, like that seems basically what that says is you are always guaranteed a fin funnels anywhere you like anytime you were attacking. I guess we do that, and then we can parts here. You stay there. Oh, but I didn't press on. Okay, well, let's... At this point, we're not gonna undo anything. I guess I will be a goof today. Also means double fin funnels too. I mean, yes, that is true. okay. I moused over these to see if any of them were bosses, and I just guessed I missed the one that had Utabe in it. He's like not that much better than any of the default ones. Let's see if any of these are different. RNG weapons, like that doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, like none of those are things I interact with. He's gonna be dead all the same. Okay, well. I'm gonna guess it's that one. That's probably irresponsible of me, but let's just try. Nailed it. Oh, Nay's here too. The Ogue just blended in with the Dark Arm. I didn't even like clock that. Okay, so we probably should have been moving other people in, but that's fine. That's still not going to be lethal. I'm like too busy trying to like make Hayate solo things, and like he probably could have done most of the rest of the map had I like not miscued some of these actions, but he doesn't need to. This is actually pretty tempting because that's going to let most things be able to take out the Grandmaster. I was also sort of hoping that if we could like push deeper into the game with just Hayate, we could get so far beyond where we are leveled right now that I could just like easily get extra EXP off of the like way more advanced leveled units. We are. Hold on, we can stay there, right? We can still do this, and then we can spear it from here. Getting, still not quite. I guess we can also just like grab. I guess we should be grabbing everybody instead. Maybe not here. Oh, right, we don't get to grab everybody. We get to grab 4. I forgot about that. Okay, so definitely you. We also weren't having the getter charge. Not that I thought we were going to be here this whole time, so. Oh, but it's also post movement. Well, we've not used her. I've not used her before, other than like when you first joined. That's fine. Big slops today. Like I said, it was going to be more of a low-key stream anyway. Y is an interesting game. It flattens some mechanics like training, but keeps skills or parts that rely on that system. Yeah. Like, I mean, we've said it how many times that it does kind of give you the energy that multiple teams worked on this and they did not communicate. Where like some of these elements are really. Okay. That some of these elements are still in the game, even though they like really don't contribute to the identity that the game like presently has. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that we gave her the tactical also. Sure. Not tactical standby. I forgot we gave her tactical standby. Okay, so I really want Domon to get the Urabe kill, just because like we are using him, and that would be narratively fitting. But he's not this turn, though. I guess we could just like let this, right? Like we could also just do that. Wasn't what I wanted. This, and then like let it happen next turn or on enemy phase, right? He is going to heal a lot is the only trouble, like, right, because he's a Devil Gundam, he heals 50% HP, but that's fine. Right, restores 50% of max HP and energy at the start of end phase. I'm sure it's fine. Let's see if we can one-shot. Charge, smash. If we can one-shot the Ogre. Not quite. It's gonna be close though. No, we've got Lelouch in there, so we can't. That works. I do think that we should it's probably worth exploring. If we can also put if we can like get the second attack going on the Dynazenon too. Right? Because if we can like this gets doubled to 40,000. If we had a secondary attack, like that's lethal then. It's so close. We can also go up one more. And then we could crush into our own secondary attack. Do we have 2 more Daunts sitting around here somewhere? I guess technically it would be 3. Oh, Lacus has them? I forgot about that. Yeah, she definitely should be here more. Here, now Nays at minimum morale. I guess we bullseye. And then we'll use the part, and then like she'll still probably die. Look, this is so close. This is so close. And then she'll die on enemy phase when she attacks. 7 unspent units. Oh right, because they're in Lacus' ship. I should move her forward first. Oh, I mean, yeah, that is also true. That it has flattened terrain out, and yeah, there's a lot of things that do better more with terrain. I mean, the game has also flattened a lot of trading of units. Because I have never really liked the ability to buy skills the way it is exactly in here. I know other games let you do it too. But at least in other games, it feels like pilots could actually like gain abilities when they leveled up. Whereas here, it really feels like you are just supposed to like take your base stats and then or take all of your base qualities and then buy yourself into whatever else you want. I have zero problems with talking about like bases of things. I've already made that like part of. I've already described that as like an important part of the interpretive process. I guess I don't know what that Astonage. We don't actually have any healing on you. We'll deal with that at some other point. I'm sure it'll be fine. There's no way you can take down the Dynazenon. Though we are rapidly running out of energy though. No, we can do this one, and then we have a trick saved on. We've got a trick somewhere on the team for fighting Nay. Right. Oh, we don't even need to. Okay. That will work. We unfortunately can't get cash though. Right. We don't have this Koyomi. Yeah, Koyomi has trick. We're 2 SP away, and now that we've replaced Kaname with Freya, we don't have the like extra SP on side pilots, so we won't get any extra cash out of this, but that's fine. We can watch this. Reminds me very much of Three Houses. Yeah, create your super unit, remove unit identity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where like I would like my bases, my base stats and my base skills to direct me towards how that unit is going to be used. But that like I think we should be able to customize some amount. Like give us the ability to buy things. But like you know, just let us also get them through leveling up. Like no one's really gained potential. Potential does seem like way better in this game than it has in the recent ones I've played. This would then need the trick, but we can do that. That'll do the trick. We also need to not die, though. But if it was ever spreadsheety before, I feel like it becomes even more so when you play that way, because then it's just about, like, what are mathematically the most optimal. Oh, wow. He regained that already. Oh, yeah, it is on his. It did say on his turn. Then it just becomes like figuring out what mathematically produces the most result, like produces the highest percentile damage. And then just like the efficiency with which you can get access to them. Which is fine. Like I would also find that gameplay fun. But there is also there's also a Super Robot Wars that isn't that I also like, that I do miss. Okay, we can analyzing Anton is not going to be enough. Right, but like, do you remember the beginning? The beginning of this game was excellent, was exceptionally difficult. I will concede that there were maybe at some parts where it was almost too difficult, or like just not customizable enough. It was too rigid because it knew what it was. It knew what it was going to turn into. But like we actually like had to like count things and check things, where now it's like, right, I used to like at least try and see if the analyze was like going to do enough before I just like started firing it randomly. But like we just have such, it's just such there's no reason to. It makes units homogenous late game, like OG1 and 2. Everyone wanted SP regen, attacker, etc. Yeah, like especially something like attacker, where there's no reason to ever have less than 190 morale if you can. Like always have max morale at all times. Always. There's no reason not to. And then all of the other things that like scale off of having max morale become so much better. And like, again, because there are no other objectives, everyone is measured on combat. And because everyone is measured on combat, anything that just increases your combat damage, like, you know, an extra 20% damage, is like vastly better than basically every other option. Because then also we just don't, like, we've taken away so many of the ways that characters can get extra damage, that like because we can only get damage in one way, or in a very few couple ways, the ability to do so becomes so dominant that like you are actively shooting yourself in the foot to do anything short of that, you know? This model, that drawing looks so much cooler than this like Mega Bloks texture unit. Let's see what your ace is. I learned from FE, I really value unit identity and expression. I don't like my units just being stat sticks. Yeah. Right, because like if that was the case, then we would be playing like Advanced Wars, where these characters are not individuals. It's just like deploying like generics, right? Like we could be playing like Giran's Ambition right now, which I'm led to understand to be mostly you deploying like I'm not deploying Bernie into Zaku 2. I'm just deploying a Zaku 2. It's not the Black Tri-Stars. Or you like it could be, but like they're really special then. But like where most of the game is just putting out the unit and not the character. Okay, sure. That has really high potential, right? Yeah, or like this. Like I mean, he has character identity, but like plus 10% damage dealt, plus 20% damage dealt. He just has 30% more damage than any other pilot. Like, I mean, cool, I guess, but also there's no charm to that. Oh, what were those games called? Golly, it was. I found another creature collecting. Another like small little creature collecting franchise. Oh, Ciralim. Ciralim was what they were called. And they had a lot of feel like this to them. Where everything was just about these like incremental bonuses to damage, right? Where it was like, this character gets 15% extra damage because you have another wood attack character in your party, and then your wood attack character gets, I shouldn't use intuition to start, gets extra damage because they see someone in your party that can attack twice, and then the character that can attack twice gets extra damage because you have a combined stat total of 270 in skill across your whole team. So then again, it is just like throwing everyone in a spreadsheet and then like looking at like, okay, this character gets damaged through these characters in your team. If I want to use these characters, here's the like list we have to run them through. We can only pick from these 12 characters. Okay, of these 12 characters, which of them then produces the next one that gives you the most damage, and like just so on and so forth until, again, it's just numbers mush. Which I think is also one of the reasons why I have turned to board gaming so much. I think there's a lot of modern board games that to me produce this same feeling. At least like mechanically speaking, they produce the same feeling. While still having like maintaining just so much personality in like the actions that you are doing. Like obviously, they do not have the like in with it being like familiar robots by it. We don't actually care about Sho getting the kill. We just want him to get the EXP from it. Yeah. I think it was hard early game because we had limited resources and the devs knew roughly what we had access to. When the game opened up, it's easier to snap the game in half. Yeah, 100%. Which is like still again part of this like controlled funnel of like linearity that is valuable. It is a tool. Use it well. If you don't, it is also like really frustrating. But yeah, it's hard to balance a game around everything. And again, because this game is more visual novel, I'm not sure if they've like how much balancing actually went into the process of like making some of these numbers. Did they know that you can go infinite with Unity and the cost reduction? I don't know. Did they think about the fact that Hayate can do what he can do with Cress and Mari? Like, did that even like get cross-referenced? Right, because like, and like, to their credit, or like to defend that process a little bit, and entire departments of companies that do this stuff sort of professionally about the competition of it. Like, there's entire departments dedicated to that. Like, there's like hundreds of, probably maybe not hundreds now, but there are so many Magic players. There's so many people that work at Wizards of the Coast. So many people that work for playing Magic. That are like there exclusively to test like what if scenarios of like these cards have been put together in this way. Have they produced something that is now inescapably so destructive for the game? And do they always catch it? Certainly not. But that doesn't mean that there's like a lack of trying, right? This'll work. Or we could also just have Kira do this. I think this is better. But I will take a controlled scenario every day of the week. Like I've said regularly that I would not mind if this game just like if a Super Robot Wars game just decided to take all of your units away every so often. Not forever, not permanently, but actually Kira might be better here. I think Kira might be better here. Yeah, let's do that. Like, and just take away your units for a scenario. And then in that scenario, you have like a really specific pool, right? You get 4 characters you get to use. You have to clear that scenario with those 4 characters. And then once you do, you then have, you have the rest of your team back after that, right? And like they can join your team. But just like have a little side mission where the Zeta, the L-Game Mark II, the Cell Booster from Dendo, and yeah, and then one of the Macross Valkyrie are all like they heard that the team was recruiting, and they're all trying to like fly in and like join the team. And they've like there are some enemies on their trail because they didn't want them to meet up with it, right? Like, you just clear those. The story is that they eventually get to the base at like that. The rest of our team shows up at the end of the scenario to come pick them up, and like narratively we help save the day. But you only have to play with those first 4, because then you can like scale the scenario around like just having to interact with those rather than like we'll like I said in the R tier list section. There are 370 different combinations of individual units you can play with in that game. And then you have to make a combination of 14 of them. Hold on, let me actually do that quick. Where's my phone? I was doing a lot of this yesterday. We were trying to figure out how many possibilities this board game we were playing had, so I still have this website open, I think. Maybe not. Hold on, we'll find it quick. What, it's 370. Pick. Select 14. Hold on. Probability. I guess probability calculator is like not quite right. No. This was a really useful website. I thought I saved it, but maybe I didn't. I guess it was probably in the afternoon. No, that was when I was writing, so that would have been before that. Combination calculator, there we go. Okay, we have 376 objects, and we would like to select 14 of them. That is it's going to be a stupidly big number. Yes, it is 1.013 E25. So there are a 100,000 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sexillion. There are 10 septillion possible combinations of teams in R, and R is a small game. R has few units, right? So like there's no world where they tested in a way that was going to like factor in all of this. There's no world where that happened. Which I know is like a little bit gratuitous to do that, but like I wanted to prove the point of like that's so many. That's so many. I know Magic that's the card game with Final Fantasy and the Office cards, right? No, sorry, no, it's the one with SpongeBob, Spider-Man, The Walking Dead, Transformers, and Bob Ross in it. Yeah, and Bob Ross, that's important too. I think the problem with even temporary taking units away from the player is it seems at odds with what the player wants and modern game identity of creating your dream squad. Yeah, like I say that would be fun. Like, I have no delusions that we are ever going to see that now in like the way in which this, like, the identity of the series is and how it is marketed. But like I've said before, it's not like you can't go back and replay the old ones, right? It's I played R 15 times and I still had fun with it every single one of those playthroughs, getting to use every unit once. And that was a small game. And I've barely even touched, like, I've touched like a tenth of the series. Like, I'm nowhere deep into the series yet. So like, for me at least, I don't mind the fact that like maybe just where I'm going to have the most fun is in some of the older entries. And like, that's okay. Like, I think too, we are so deeply obsessed with needing to always be playing the newest thing, like the latest and greatest, and like I am a shark just as much as all of you are. There are new and fascinating things, and like I want to keep moving, I want to keep trying, but sometimes it's okay that you aren't playing the new thing because the new thing in fact actually isn't that good. And there could be plenty of value in doing a thing that is new to you but old to the world, right? Just because we've just made it does not inherently make it better than some older elements. But I think that's also like part of that is still coming from the fact that like I'm dealing with the PS2, a console that to me is, or yeah, like I grew up with the PS2. The PS3 to me is still a new console because like I only got to very tangentially experience that as it came out right when I was doing a lot of stuff with school, like end of high school, beginning of college. So like I just didn't get to use it. So like that's still new to me, and it's now retro. Like we're talking about the PS6 being out soon. We're almost double that. Like what? But like, as much as I say I don't want to grind or you don't have to grind, I do recognize that I'm like actively resisting what the game wants. Like I think this game is probably more enjoyable if you're grinding a little bit, because it's a lot more about watching you. It's like watching your team grow and become this like unstoppable force. These incremental changes, or like feeling the power of being able to power up, and also just that like, I guess like here's another element that we don't like admitting, but like some games just like aren't necessarily good to play on stream, or aren't as good to play on stream. I think I've said before that if I play multiple playthroughs of this, and I probably will, right? Like more than just for the like need to, more than just like the need to record stuff about it. Like I said, like I'm still enjoying it. It's a C, but like a C Super Robot is better than, like, in my mind, a lot of like a B for a lot of other games. It's definitely like second screen content, right? Like I can just sort of put a unit forward that I want to level up, just like stick it into the middle, let it mash through some stuff while I'm like actively watching something else. Right, we want adaptability up on the Siegfried also because there's just extra damage on it, and we're at the point where we can just like, if we move around correctly, we don't need to worry about our energy consumption. Yeah. Okay. Great. And then we want to go back to skill parts now, because of trying to get second attacks on Galma and the Grid Knight. I think at this point I might just accept that the Grid Knight might be a permanent. The Knight Kaiser might be like a permanent member, maybe. I guess it's what we always get every time, and then I go, but like, what if we go back to Galma? This feels bad. I guess we just save it. Oh yeah, because I guess also this game, like, I think spoiled something for me. When I was closing out of the game, we sure did get like a conversation point from one of the like kaiju pilots in white. And so far we've never had people talk on that screen unless they were characters we were going to get. So I guess we're gonna get them as pilots. Is that what the like white and purple Dynazenon I saw in a thumbnail was? Do we just get a second Dynazenon and they're the pilots instead? Right, I wanted to see if we actually got to keep the save us. I doubt we will. Yeah, we did not in fact get to keep it though. And like maybe we will just like, but just later, you know. I will comment on nothing and just go, yeah. That's it's totally acceptable. Power to overcome evil. Well, I mean, yeah. I think maybe we also just like on stream will maybe do fewer of the side scenarios and just like try to do more of the main stuff just to move us to the end. But this is also why I was saying that like once we get to chapter 6, we can also start doing some other stuff on other days to keep the variety fresh. You and eat the Eternal now, especially because the rest of Lacus's crew also has like really good. They've got good spirits on them. Yeah, I think I would probably also be. I feel like I'm being a little whiner about things. Like I'm like. I get to play video games on the internet for like pretend maybe soon close to having a job about things. Like I can't be that upset, right? Like I'm still having fun. I'm definitely having more fun because I have people to interact with, right? Like doing this on stream is also so much better, is so much more fun. But if it didn't take so flippin' long to execute, right? This is I think so. Yeah. So to go back to what I was saying about board games, I think this is also one of the reasons why I like paper games a lot, because you could be like, okay, you understand what I'm doing, right? Like especially in Magic the Gathering, you could go like, I've demonstrated an infinite combo. You don't need me to cycle through these 6 cards another 20 times to do damage to you, right? Like you could just go, okay, no, I get it, right? Where like I could just go, I've demonstrated that I have over 10,000 power and can take a number of turns that is greater than your Dolomes. All the Dolomes are dead. Where do I get to end, right? Like, actually, you could just be allowed to do that. But, like, surely in whatever show this version of Hadias and this version of Dante are from, there's gotta be more than just these two, right? There's gotta be. We're also really due these two some upgrades, so like bet we get Majin power and the Great Mazinger turns into the Majin Emperor. This scenario. They're... Oh, are you too far away? Oh. Okay, well, we can at least give it to 2 people. Hayate probably doesn't even need it. Yeah, like, let's... Probably doesn't need it. But I do think I guess the one thing that we could like do is try to figure out how to like most optimally fly back and forth across the battlefield, just so we can like keep our energy up. What I need to do is hold on. I guess let me explore that. Please bear with me for a second for menuing purposes. System, unit, grid, combined. Is there a way to like auto fire spirits somehow? Because it's pretty heinous. It's pretty heinous to have to like constantly be repressing this, rather than just going like, do you have it left in the tank? Okay, Q, fire. As I'm flying this way though, it does make me acknowledge the fact that like, this does feel very jet-like. A, I am moving really dramatic distances. And B, we're doing this like strafe kind of pattern. Right? Like that feels appropriately jet-like. So maybe this was intended. In which case, why did you intend this? 1, 2, 3. I guess then we want to go over here, and then we'll just fly back. Okay. We're so close to Echiga just having 2 shots of Unity immediately, rather than needing to do this like really goofy way of getting like 2 extra points of assist. Well, and for as much as we said about customization, and then there's just like every once in a while where the game just like absolutely takes you by the throat and goes, no, nuh-uh, you're not allowed to. Like there's some really weird, hard customization limits. Like for instance, being able to get SP on somebody. And I don't understand why. Other than like, I mean, yeah, like that would be broken, but 1, 2, 3. That's all but 1 move. That's still good. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm also like, I have never been the one responsible for balancing a game before, so I don't know how hard it actually is. I've like done lots of play testing. I've done lots of thinking about what that would look like, but I've never actually done it myself. So like, maybe the play testing is just a lot harder than I realize. But I would love if the game like kept up with this like level of ability that we have right now. Like yeah, like I don't know how hard it is to like actually make that happen. I mean, we're probably gonna have another turn to do anyway. We'll just leave it. But like that, but like the fact that I feel like I am better off going, well, something got a little unoptimized in there. I guess I'll just leave it because it's more hassle to do it. It's more hassle to do it a second time and do it right than it is to just, like, go whatever. Like, I worry what that says about our, like, want for design. Let's charge Smash. Do Dante or Hadias have more HP? 4,300, 4,700. Okay, so we will potentially save this for Hadias, right? Because this is 17,000. We double this to 34,000. We've not analyzed yet, and we can also get some more morale in here. Right, like that spirit is still available. This spirit is still available. Yeah, that doubles to 36,000. Yes, this doubles to 40k. Okay, so it's not quite a one shot on Hadias, but though I guess we can also daunt chain him too. Okay. So we're gonna put you in the Eternal. Yeah, we'll be able to tactical the Siegfried next turn, and then we maybe can just like do the same thing with the Kadoras. I guess it's not the worst, yeah, right? Like we were not going to be one-shotting the Kadoras this turn anyway. So okay, right. So if we use the Erupting Burning Finger and the Erupting Burning Slash, that is the same as the Sekihatan Kyoken. That is also just 64. So that's just like slightly more work to yield the same result. So, like, can we Burning Slash you twice? No, we can't. Okay. So anything else is just the same as the Tenkyoken. It's like a Tenkyoken. Right? No, that's not true. Because we need to we need also a second attack off of the Sekihatan Tenkyoken for it to be lethal. So, no, that is actually not what I've said is a lie. This is cheaper. Yeah, okay, so that is worth doing. We want you to take damage because we want something to heal. We want anything to be able to do. We want anything to do. Great, sounds good. I also assume it's much easier to balance a linear game than a non-linear open world game. I would suspect that it's probably just different. Because for like an open world game, because it is open world, like you need to balance a lot of expectations of like where people can go and like what people can do or when. When Breath of the Wild was coming out, people were like, people were just really hyped about it. But B, I spent a lot of time like learning about it and thinking about it because my partner at the time was like super into it, and she did not like playing video games. Like she did not play video games that much. So the fact that it like had caught her attention was like really stand out. So listening to them talk about like some of the design philosophy on Breath of the Wild, and we can pick you up. We can go even one space further. Was like fascinatingly informative. Oh, we pick up 4. Okay, sure, that works. And they were talking about like sight lines and like if you can see, like if you can see this mountaintop, you can climb it. But also that like they wanted to create a lot of like large and small triangles in areas, because doing so leads your eye, like it very directly leads your eye upward, even if they're not necessarily mountains. and that incentivizes people to like go and check those things out. So like it's going to be balancing in a very different way, but like making sure that you're balancing people's expectations of like going, I don't know why I did that, something I wanted to do. Here's a thing that you can get to. Oh, you got there, you can't. Like the stupid walls in Skyrim, right? Where you get to the edge of the Skyrim map and you're just like, oh, I'm not allowed to go through here. Well, why does this thing that's like on the edge of the map look just as cool as one of the things on it? I kind of want to go check that out. Hi, sorry, thanks. Could you let me go touch that, please? And then like, you know, if you're a very enterprising player, you could really easily go run across the map and like get access to things you aren't supposed to have right now. So like see something like Elden Ring, where if you know where items are just like located on the map, you could go and grab them. That part's fine if like that's how you want to play the game. I don't think the game should stop you. But if you like can really easily stumble your way into getting somewhere you're not supposed to, like I imagine that's probably really difficult. Like I think guideposts make game design way easier. Yeah, which is what you were saying. I think somewhere in the middle there. I think I started talking and sounded like I was disagreeing with you, but I was not. Like I do think that is true. Yeah, because like yeah, no, I think that is just true. I just also think it's like more noticeable though when they are not balanced correctly, right? Where it's really hard. I think it's much harder for us to tell when a linear game is balanced incorrectly because you just like don't get the opportunity to go back and look at something. Whereas like, you know, if you have like a really garbage open world game and you're just like stuck having to repeatedly go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth across like some area that's like, this should not be here. There's no reason we have to keep recrossing this. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to interact with like around a central hub. And like, you're going to have to see that a lot more. Actually, I guess here, this is not part of the conversation we've had yet. Open world games tend to be way more systems driven rather than linear games. And when you are more systems driven, the more friction there is in relationship to those systems, the less likely you are to like get players to stay still invested in your game. Oh, he's actively defending. That's lame. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we'll still go do it. And then we'll just save the rest of it for some other time. I guess the Great Mazinger, there's no reason the Great Mazinger should be that far up, but that's okay. That's actively detrimental, so let's not. I feel like this is definitely a problem that I would like to figure out. I would like to learn how to tackle as I like do this more. But I feel like I have so many thoughts about anything that we're just like not doing. That's probably not how that should go. Okay, we can analyze that. Bam. That's just lethal EXP. There's nothing to get so little. I guess that's like probably fine. Oh, we never launched everything out of the. Yeah, picking up the Gekuiso was not good if we didn't actually take it out of the battleship. Sure. Or like that at least feels sloppy, and that does not feel like a problem with it being like really open or not. Like that combined beast had lethal on Shion. Why did it not choose to take it? It really should have. And like maybe it's because these two look like they had lethal. But that doesn't feel like... I feel like that's not well... I would not describe that as necessarily well programmed if the game is like setting a parameter like that, where like it as it stands, it feels like how the game is assessing what's happening is it looks at every enemy on the map immediately right now and goes, okay, what are your targets going to be? Rather than having whatever enemy's going assess its target priority immediately, and then once it's done its turn, then check again, and then the next one check its have each unit check its target priority on its turn with the new context of whatever has like just happened, rather than setting them all at the beginning of the turn, you know? But I don't know that for sure. That just feels like what is happening. But like, yeah, this should be here doing something here. But it's not, so it won't. That said, we can still move Lacus out here and then at least launch the Majin Kaiser here to like maybe get this softened up for Hayatai. Okay, I guess we should see if we have Echika stuff to do. We do have one. Or like, just let me turn that screen off at least to save me some time. Okay, are you lethal here yet? Oh, you are. We don't even need... Okay, are you lethal on a full health one? No, we do need a little bit of assistance here. I guess here we can check too. So this is 13,590. 13,590. 14,400. 13,590. So we added 410. No, we added 810 damage. That's not nothing. It's not a lot, but it's not nothing. Oh, actually, hold on, sorry. All of these don't need to be analyzed. I probably got the one that didn't need to be already. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, great. We can save that for... Oh, but the Kedoras also have more HP, though, is trouble. Okay, well, I'm sure we've got more analyzes. We will deal with that as it comes. Have you already been pressed? You have already been pressed. Okay, this is now lethal on individuals of these. Perfect. But 15,840 is not on the Kedora as it stands. I don't know if we're... Well, let's just do this and we'll find out. I don't know what their defenses look like, though. So... Also, why can this go on the ground? What's the point of having this go on the ground? Oh, it's so much worse. Well, this is why we have. I guess this is why we have secondary. This is why we have second attacks now, so it's fine. Spirits and press. I need to like say it out loud, like mantra style, to make sure I don't miss it. Spirit and press. Okay, we're good. Spirit and press. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this does not need to be variable combat. That is a waste. Micro missiles still kills. Great. We kind of wanted him to take a hit there. I guess actually here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's a little like micro optimization we can do. We want Hayate to actively take damage because that means we can resupply him or repair him, and then that will also give us more SP on him for free. Okay, is there anybody else worth getting some of these kills on? We can move Sho down here, and he can probably get one of these. Oh, he is like he's like really out of energy though. I don't think we have enough movement on the Advent. No, we do not. That's fine. What the heck? We're not doing anything else that important. Right, we can move here with... Yeah, let's have the Jet Jaguar take this. Then he can parts Sho. I guess we'll use these two now. And then Sho can, like, Aura Slash here. I gotta use some more blesses. We'll use one on the boss. But they also matter so much less, too, when, like, you can just... just like so many people can now innately have fortunes on them. Have you been analyzed? You have been analyzed. All right, let's do this now. And then, right, that's not lethal anymore because it's defending. Okay, so we need to like chip him. We need to hit him with somebody else. Can you just hit him from here? No, you can't. Okay. Oh, we probably could have with snipe. That's fine. No, this was definitely correct, because then we can also get the support attack off of the Kaiser Knight. Okay. That should be roughly fine. And yeah, how much were we doing? Oh, but it ate the double damage from the... It ate the double damage part, right? No. No, we're still doing 19,000. Oh, it ate the... Hold on. I see what happened. It ate the smash. Okay. So... How far can Tamaki move? Okay, Tamaki still has a turn. Right, then... We were cut... Oh, we had to... Oh, well... We had to move the other side of her. That's fine. So that's not gonna work now. Okay. I guess it wouldn't matter anyway, because it only does the main pilot. Okay. Crush doesn't actually matter in this case. Why does Daunt not matter? Oh, because we're in the middle of combat. Okay. Okay, so then we'll deal with Hadias. later, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are pressed already. One, two, three, four. Yep. Okay. Oh no, there's still a couple more. I guess. Oh yeah, they're still over on the left side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, we can go. Hold on, we can go 1, 2. We can go over here to do this. I'll give us more energy back. Spirits press. I guess theoretically we want. No, Domon can be the one to set this up. Yeah, that's actually lethal. Okay. I guess we have so many of these in spare. I'm sure that's going to end things though, so let's keep the Siegfried around just so we can clear anything else that shows up, and we'll do this. We can use Suletta. I think it probably doesn't help that I describe so many things as do this or take there or do this. It's just because it's also anime. Like every single thing is so heckin' wordy. It's so hard to talk about efficiently, right? Not that it has to be efficient, but you know, just it's way easier to say I'm going to sword an enemy in Fire Emblem, or I'm going to gun an enemy in Disgaea, than it is to be because all of these attacks are unique and not equipment. Yeah. Or just anime likes naming things with exceedingly long names. SP recovery programs, not bad. The pain, the suffering, they give me strength. Says every millennial working a job. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sick. Did I call it, or did I call it? Majin Power activates at 130% at 130 morale, grants plus 20% damage until the end of the mission. Oh, that's interesting they phrased it that way, because some of these other effects they've not phrased that way, even though they've persisted if you went down from that morale, where this does if you go down. You get that way too late though. That comes far too late in the game, I think. Holy cow, that takes forever. Okay, Majin Emperor G. We just have Majin Power, but I mean there's no other effects. What's Koji's armor? That's actually a respectable amount of armor for being fully uninvested, and Koji having 2 parts that are dedicated to armor. Right? This does give armor also, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we saw on the stat screen it added 100 armor too. That's respectable. That's a respectable amount of armor for being uninvested. Okay. Which is what you'd expect out of the Majin Emperor G. Just worth saying out loud. Maybe the longest I've seen to get Majin Power. Yeah, no, that's bonkers. It does take a really long time in. I'm pretty sure in T it also takes a pretty long time. I remember doing a mission where they were like, we've gotten the Diet Building's permission to unlock the full power of the Majins. Now that we're away from residential spaces, we can drop our limiters, right? Something like that. And I remember that being decently far into the game, but yeah, a lot of them just come with it to start. Rust Typhoon. Okay, so these are probably all going to be, largely speaking, duplicates of the Majin Kaiser, because they're sort of designed as to be paired. Emperor Sword is a little bit different, but okay, cool. Cool, yeah. I guess we can see if we can, like, give Tetsuya a kill or two, and see if we can, like, just, like, massively jack up his level. Yeah, so we'll see what everyone else can do first. And I guess unfortunate that we've used most of our like, big damage carries to try and take out the Great General of Darkness this turn. But I guess we've not looked at him yet either. Also, hold on, sorry. That's gonna, okay. This picture is not the same as what's going on here. I love how he's been translated into, like, the pseudo super deformed style. And he's spirit attack. Okay. 3140 armor, though, is Nightmare. So we probably are going to be taking him out this turn. Supreme! Oh, wait, were there more than that? No, there weren't there. Anomalous beam and sword. Cool. Okay. Is it really just that easy, guys? Fam, we're like having a rough time hanging on here. We're like, some of us are fighting for our lives. We have all these like needlessly complicated weapons. Turns out you can just get sword, and then that'll do it for you. You don't need to do anything else. You need to do anything more complicated than that. Okay. So here's my thought. Oh, wait, can he even reach? I was thinking we could, like, maybe kill one of the Gantes. We could end on one of the Gantes and then have the Emperor come in. But I don't even think he could reach it. No, he can't. Okay. So it's gonna have to be one of the Kadoras. Which is fine. But, like, as it stands, Hayate can kill any of the Kadoras just in 2 attacks, right? Like, this plus a second attack is lethal. So we'll need to intentionally, like, miss something. Or not finish it off. Which we can do. Or I forgot to use press. I guess one of the things I should also be doing is, I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but, like, now seeing how this has been going, I maybe should be saving once we get to, like, we now, like, hit a flag, right? So, like, maybe start saving here. Because at this point, I'm just, like, trying to mitigate, like, time waste. Yeah, this should be fine. And then we can come in here with a cheer. I guess this is, like, also on me a little bit, right? Because I could just, like, opt to use different characters that didn't make this as boring, or, like, weren't as busted. But, like, and I don't hate the idea, right? Like, that was my enthusiasm towards the generics only run in GC. But I feel like if I'm, like, getting halfway through a, like, somewhat regular run, trying to, like, add extra challenges halfway through, that still is not necessarily the mark of something that worked perfectly, you know? Oh, Arida! I mean, that's heckin' cool. That's great looking. But I wonder how many youths we're actually even going to get after this. Excuse me? We only gained 918 experience from that? What? So there must be a max EXP limit, because there's no reason you should be gaining 918 off of someone that's like what, 30 levels your 20 levels your senior. Okay, that's so disappointing. For all of our talk about this game like wanting to make you feel cool, that felt pretty freaking lame, game. But this is why I said what I said about grinding. That like that design choice in particular, to me screams you are meant to level up between every stage. The fact that like the grinding stages aren't always accessible, that you have to reload them, right? Like that they're time dependent. Not that like time is necessarily immediate, like actually measurable or like shown to be measured, like resource in this game. But the fact that they're not like always up, definitely to me says that the game wants you to be leveling in between. And now more so than ever, because of the fact that you don't get like 20 levels from a kill. If you did that in one of the PS1 or GBA games, I think at least in most of them you would just get like 20 levels, and that would be better, I think. No, we used there it is, the Jaguar. Oh, but I think, yeah, we used all the analyses off of it. Where's the Shinkido? Oh no, the Gekkosui. That name just feels so unnatural to me too. All right, that's 5,400. We could get like 900 more or like 800 more damage ish from oh, whoops, sorry, I moved my mic. I tried to stretch and I just like slid it off the table. We can get like 800 more off of Shikishima, which is still not enough. I don't want to be daunting a Kadora. There's got to be something else we could do instead. I guess Shion could probably come in and help. And then we can just like give him some spirits for healing, right? Like do this. I just want to give it to Daba because he already has a press on him. Yeah. And I guess we just chip one of these. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and Anomalous Beam is 2 to 9 range, so we just can't even. We always have to be in combat with him. Okay. It definitely feels a little bit more worthwhile now to get the Tactical Commander on each of our support units, just to like get extra movement off of them. Right, because so far we've really not shown that they need to do anything on their first turns. Select. Nope. Select. Counter. Die. Dynamic Tackle. The fact that we're fighting the Great General of Darkness, though, does, like, instill me instill me with confidence that we are like getting close to the end, and thereby we're gonna need to start fighting the big bads in the series. I can't imagine we're gonna end up fighting him a lot of times. Maybe we'll fight him a couple of times, but probably not a lot of times. I hope. Okay, where's Sho? He needs to get something in here. Sure. We also have enough blesses left that every one of these kills gets a bless. That wasn't even that much. I guess we'll keep giving stuff to Tetsuya too. How about the Great Blaster? I'm going to use Intuition. That's a shame. Well, that's fine. It's like he was going to take another turn this turn. Also, does his Pilder... Wait, does... I've never looked at the Legend Emperor's head that much. Did his Pilder fly like face down into the head, like it stabbed himself through the head? That's very funny. That's very like Go Nagai design. I don't know if Go Nagai designed the Legend Emperor, but like, what's your robot theme? Superheroes. What's your robot theme? Cars. What's your robot theme? Traffic accident. What's your robot theme? Lobotomization. Oh, we did just squirt that Ghidorah's brain out though. So, oh, we forgot the game. That's fine. Yeah, 918 must be max. Okay, that's definitely a choice. Hayate is one space away, but that's fixable. All right, we can just go here. Control room guy, did you use the Majin Emperor then? I know you were excited for me to get the Majin Kaiser, which admittedly I've not really been putting to use at all, which is a little disappointing. I was excited for it. No, that actually isn't going to help us turn-wise for Echika. This isn't lead. Oh yeah, but it is with. Is this still lethal? Yes, this is. Cool. Not as much as you thought you would, honestly. Yeah, oh my lord. Oh. You would think with how many times I've done that, I would learn my lesson, but I never do. I never do. Interested to see how much use you get out of it, but it isn't looking like you need the extra firepower anyway. Yeah, no, we kill things real dead. It doesn't even feel like it's like that much extra firepower. I mean, like it for sure is some. Nope, we want this. The way you say it though, was this not how damage was going for you? Also wild that Kira is still level 40. Kira is so far out leveled everything else. I think just because we cleared so many of the relic enemies in one turn that his level just like skyrocketed because he was like getting such like deflated amounts of XP. So maybe the relic ones are uncapped in terms of getting XP, right? Because we've gotten so many levels from them before. It's very odd. I don't get it. Can we have another unit take this thing out? Lacus probably isn't doing anything else important, so I guess we can just like, that'll work. Oh yeah, she gets seen too. That's good. I kind of want her to get the kill then, if that's possible. Like, Suleta went from she's had an arc. She has had an arc this game. She went from like no, right. She did start as like, oh no, she seems so good, we're definitely going to use her, to then going, oh no, she can't hit anything, this unit's bad, to then going, oh wait, we can just fix that, this unit's great, to now going like, it's too slow being able to do a 1 to 8 ranged attack. She just like can't get to where she needs to be. I do feel there's some amount of me that feels like vindicated about my like hatred towards long ranged units and how much they just like don't work in this game. It's not like a good barometer of anything. Or no, it's a good barometer for in this game. It's not a good barometer for other games. But it is funny to me that it has come back. I guess we should look at this. We've not seen the main battery yet. Let's see what Lacus ship can do. I don't think we've seen it. I'm glad the Haru was there, but do we really need the panic shot of her legs for so long? And like that wasn't even like, I mean, it was still some voyeurism, but like that was in such like a, I think someone just forgot to like slide the camera down kind of way. Oh, cool. Adjacent allies deal 10% damage. Oh, okay, yeah, so she's also even better. Great. I mean, even more of a reason to like put her on the team over Suzukaze. But because we move around so much, there's also just like so little reason that we're gonna like be able to do that. You get analyzed, and now let's just dodge you to absolute uselessness. Spirits, Daunt, right? Bell takes that. I think we used all of Lacus's already. Oh no, we did. No, it just it was because we were trying to use them in combat, so obviously they didn't do anything. Spirits, Daunt. Oh yes, Lita still got hers. Alright, I know he's not perfect yet, but he's gonna gain it back real fast. So once he gets up to another increment of 10, we can do it some more. But I did not notice this before. How is this helpful? How is this when am I ever going to need to do this to be like, yes, I would like to be able to identify where the getter changed or where the pilot that has like what are some like VPS, show me which units have VPS armor. Ah yes, thank you. Like who is using that way? Is there something I'm missing there? Also, please apologize as I rich and make a lot of noise. I need to like wait. Like I've said. Oh. I don't think I've like fully figured out how I want this chair to be. I feel like this stream has been a chiropractic experience for me, which is not helping. Okay, so we can't get both smash and charge. Obviously charge is better because we actually get to attack, so I guess that's going to be our option. right? Like, that still does something. Where is... Okay, yeah, Koji's here, so we can go Bullseye, Persist, Attack. Rust Tornado also still does something at this point. Yeah, because he hasn't been armor down yet. I've never used that and only ever opened the menu accidentally. Yeah, like I don't get it. He had morale down and has had more morale now post that combat. I guess we can do this. Yeah, but he's also not double attacking, and Domon is. That's... No, I thought Domon was double attacking before. Did he get more skill in the middle of this? No, he didn't. Okay. Maybe I was... Oh, no, I was pulling a second attack off of here. I just didn't realize. Which was... I wasn't clocking how we were getting that second attack. Okay, that's fine. No, the Excellence is too far away. And Tamaki still can't resupply post-movement. No, stay down. I guess it matters next. We don't have energy for it, so that's fine. That seems good. How about Bullseye? There's no way that she could hit without this. Just largely stay out of the way. Okay. I'm surprised that the Getter has gotten literal 0 upgrades since the beginning of the game. That feels very unlike what I would expect out of the Getter, you know? Pretty typically, you get a second one. How do you... Yeah, his morale growth formula, his personality must be off the chart. That's a wild amount of growth. Oh, don't you have a down stat somewhere? That's accuracy down. We also... Okay, so we can use Genmu Senke. Genmu Senken. That'll work. I turned it on off. Oh, okay. I guess we should probably turn 1 or 2 of these on just so we can see what Sword looks like. We can foresee. We don't want to foresee because we still want to bless. That's our last bless. I guess Akira is like I'm treating Akira like he doesn't do anything, but he'll still do damage. Right, okay, I guess we gotta stay there for God Voice. But like this, yeah, oh, this is a lot of damage, yeah. Let's do this and see. We'll see what his attacks look like. Not Akira's, obviously. Okay, 2 things. Well, I guess 3 things. Well, I actually don't think we have seen that. Wait, why does that hurt him? Do I need to watch Raideen? I'm fascinated now. Why did that hurt him? I'm curious that his like most potent attack is his voice and not like a really conventional weapon. But also that he said Ramu, like the Final Fantasy character? Okay, and you're dead. I guess we can try and give it to Shion to level him up. I guess we didn't need to save the fortune, because if we just like this is still we can try and give it to Shion. Hold on, before we start spending spirits on him, let's make sure we can. Yeah, okay. Oh right, she was also the person that had cheer. Oh, sorry. So what we should have done was we should have cheered, and we could have just gotten a fortune off of Selkie because we had a way to get money in here. Let's make sure we don't get like goozled by some like weird skill activation. No, chain of command's just like annoying, but that's not it. Okay, I don't see any like rock-based skills, so I guess we get to start. We gotta start healing people now, which is to say we don't. And we didn't even use any of our assist cheers in here either. We could have had this done so much sooner had I just not... well, we'll just charge Freya up some more. I'm assuming it's going to go to 2 instead of 1. It is kind of a shame. She's like mostly a wasted assist, other than the bonus for Hayate. Which I do think means we are going to be allowed to take her off at some point. It's just that we're not at that point yet. Like, we don't have so much skill that we can double attack without her, right? Because like Hayate is at 248. The Great General Darkness is at 227. He needs to be at 20. Actually, hold on now. We only need to be 15 above. So actually, we could take her off, and that would actually be fine, right? Because as it stands, so sorry, no. If we take Freya off, we would be down to 243, which means we could attack anyone that had a skill of 233, 228. Anyone that has a skill of 228. Oh, there was a way faster way of doing that. I was like, that was stupid. I could have just added 15 and 5 to take it off. It's 248. Yeah, so anyone at 228 skill or lower, we can double attack, which is the boss. Okay, never mind. Freya can come off. Well, we will still charge her while she's here, just for the sake of leveling somebody up. I don't know who's gonna go on in her place, but okay, maybe we will not. There's like no one left who doesn't have max morale, which is also why like I don't care to keep her on, because like she's not actually gonna. Like, she doesn't do much to actually contribute to the rest of the play pattern, you know? Okay. Did we use everything? I think that was everything. I guess we can, like... No, I'm going to keep the Dynazan on here just in case something goes wrong. It's here. 1, 2, 3. Dude, I always think that Jet Jaguar has an Excel. I'm not sure what put it to my head that it does. Okay. I believe this is everything. Bow, bow. This also works out well as an end, right? Like, this is like a real big, serious boss, and this puts us to a half hour left, so we can talk about some other units. We'll go shopping first, so we can talk some units. But like even if we had like some way of doing like percentile based damage, like that might be interesting to like try and bring in here, right? Because he has such high HP, but then there's the like risk of not being able to like actually use them. They might die first. Yo, this him giving attackers like really is helpful. That could theoretically go on Tetsuya if we were going to use him. A soul darker than darkness itself. I imagine. Oh no, yeah, we got final finisher. We're not gonna do anything else. But McDonald's. Is this the second character named McDonald in here? Kong Ming and Meldusa. That looks like that got poorly chopped out of a different game. Is this the final boss? Is this like all good JRPGs where the like human element is not actually here and instead it's just a monster? I love this thing's design. This is so cool looking. I love the little thingies in his chest. I'm unsurprised that he's got eyeballs in his mouth. It's very Eldritch. Wait, do we get him? Do we get to keep him? I feel like I'm saying this as a joke because I've been like very naive to all the units we get to keep. But I feel like in some older games too, there's like maybe a world where we do get something like silly like that. Right? We get we're allowed to dream big and we get rewarded by these like really ludicrous this shouldn't happen kind of characters. SP recovery and attacker are pretty serious. Those are pretty serious buffs. Okay. What else do we need to customize? I don't think I care about giving Rain the like extra accuracy. Saving my money feels bad, which is not normally advice I would give, but in this case, it does not feel that worth. I'm probably not going to use Tetsuya because it's just a hassle to level him up. It's not like we need that. So like, is it skill parts again? But then like, who needs what? I guess we could get like break morale limit. Can we get up to 200? Is that allowed? That doesn't work with second attack. Guard doesn't matter. Oh, he doesn't have all the gunfighting yet. We could do this. Does he... Oh, he also needs save energy. Okay, yeah, no. So there's stuff we can give to high attack. So... And I guess considering how we are using him, we could also just be like buying more damaging, like just buy him more damage. Like that would also be acceptable. As odd as it is, I'm also kind of tempted to buy him infighting. Just because 4 levels of infighting give him +1 move, which he would theoretically use. No, his move's probably already, like, overcapped. I guess the rest of our money should probably just go to, like, break morale limit. Yeah, so we can just do that. That's fine. He doesn't need CQB. I guess we just, like, give that to... yeah, I guess I'm saving that to see if we give it to Galma. I guess at what point do we just say, I guess the Kaiser Grid Knight is the final combination between the two of them? This is where it would help if I was familiar with like any of the plot of any of these shows. What else we've got? We've got a defense up. Yeah, like I don't feel like we gotta spend these anywhere. I guess like, do we have? Oh, we don't have attacker on the getter. We could do that. That's probably worth it. Does he already have the SP recovery program? Yes, he does. Okay. Who else would we care about giving SP recovery to? Oh, I guess we could give it to Ciela. That's like probably not the worst. You know, I will sit on that. I will think about that one. Let's see if is there anyone with score that needs that. For as much as I feel like I'm using Hayate, he doesn't even have his score is like not even rivaling Kira or Galba's yet. That's interesting. We could give it. I don't mind giving it to Takuma. Yeah, that seems fine. Card program doesn't matter. Yeah, we can give you infighting. Like, you use melee enough. And then we would just buy the 4 for Hayate if we do feel like we need that move. Persist, potential. I guess we can give support attacks to people that don't have them yet. Can we sort by support attacks? No, we can't. You should have one. You should have one. We went through and bought them for most of our, like, high damaging pilots already. Do you not have a support? No, I was like, we must have a support attack with you. I think it's also, sorry, you have support attack. Oh, only level 1. You got second attacker level 3. Oh, you have second. I forgot we bought this for him. He just like never gotten to do this. Okay. Pretty much everyone we're using. I guess Koji doesn't. I guess we can do this. We have these in leftover, so I don't mind. Okay. But this is where I mean, where it's like it's so big, it's all so sloppy. It feels like it doesn't matter where I'm spending them. Which must have been like the 20th time I've said it, but I just like, could you imagine what this game could have been? I think that's like what pains me the most, is like looking at what could have, what it feels like what could have been. And that game, I think that game, at least the one I'm seeing in my head, looks really cool. Oh, hold on, wait. Let's make sure there's nothing that we can like grab from here. Oh, right, yeah, because I forgot that Lacus got ace in the middle of this. The plus 10% damage is like, if I had a battleship that you could put people around to give plus 10% damage in like every other game, I would be losing my mind. I would be so pumped. Have there been no? Okay. So there's at least one more main mission after this one. So I think this one and the next one will end chapter. This one and then one more main mission after that will end chapter 5. Okay. I'm assuming based on what we've talked about before, where you need to kill the Garuda to get access to Reiko. I would assume this is probably the last mission for Reiko. Maybe potentially. If, in fact, you were doing all of the things that I did not do. Yes, I'm going to keep playing to have this audio on in the background. Okay. Seeing as that took extra time, let's not spend a super long time today. We can just talk about the other Mazinger enemy that we did not talk about last time. So let me bring that up. Okay. This needs... I guess I can just... Hold on. I can move this over here so I don't have to, like, be turned weird. And then just, like, you might see my... one of my friends start playing something on Steam, but, like, that's not the end of the world. All right, let's talk about the Garuda. I wanted to do this in conjunction with the Doubless because they're, like, usually a paired set. But we talked about the Doubless last time. So if you're watching this, go ahead and take a peek back at my previous stream if you want to see my thoughts on this two-headed snake-like fellow. So, yeah, as Mezin Kaiser SKL cameo. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there we go. I did not catch that. I've learned to block out ads. Okay, yeah, so if you've not watched Mazinger, the Garuda and the Doubless are like the first two enemies that are sent after the Mazinger. So we are establishing precedent both for like how the enemy is going to work mechanically and also how the enemy is going to work visually. So like, especially if it's for a kid's TV show, like we talked about before, we want to make really big, bold, sweeping statements. So the fact that we are taking like characteristically one of the, sorry, speaking of noticing things on the side now, I noticed this. We have this gif of these two absolutely annihilating each other. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. This is gonna be down there the whole time. It's gonna be pulling my attention. Maybe I have ADHD. Yeah, so we have we want to be making like big, bold, sweeping statements about like what our enemies are going to look like, and we're taking a skeleton in face for form, and like a little bit like these kind of look like a ribcage kind of shape. And skeletons historically, even even in the most like proto JRPGs, are like really common enemies. They are the thing that with which you decorate any space to make it look spooky or tortured or villainous. Right, like it's not new that we are using skeletons as a motif to indicate both villainy, but also weak villainy. Right, like one of the phrases that has stuck with me in learning about like literature and media analysis has been one of the best ways to interpret media is to not put the onus on the characters that they know the style of fiction that they are in. And I think there's a lot of qualms that people have about like, well, this character's obviously evil, the character doesn't know. And like, yeah, but like we are extemporeal. We see all of who that, or we see a large portion of who that character is, where not everyone does. Like, or not everyone in the story does, and you shouldn't expect them to. In the same way that like Dr. Hallenbeer and Asura are looking at this and they're like, yes, my mechanical monster. His scythe ears can chop down this entire temple. But like, he is coded to look like the kind of enemy you beat up to be able to like start your journey, because we've learned that already through the kinds of visual storytelling we are looking at. And like, there is a disconnect there that they say it's powerful and we look at it and we go, we know it's not supposed to be. But like, I think we're willing to set that aside for the sake of what it's trying to tell us with design. skeletons and goblins the most basic of designs. I mean, we could have had a slime theme too. But yeah, I guess the Doublet is also kind of goblin-like. I guess that is true. We definitely pointed to it being more like Devil. We pointed to them looking like Pain and Panic from Disney's Hercules. Because they really do. Not this color scheme quite so much, but I like the pointiness of the head. Yeah, but like it does have very like trash mob filler kind of villain, but it's also like a really early series, so it's also teaching us long term what that looks like, what that's going to look like for mecha media in the future. It's powerful to them. They have no reference for how powerful the Mazinger is. Yes, that is also true, right? That like this opposed to a human is like night and day, but then the Mazinger opposed to it is also like night and day. But here's another thing that I'm catching like right away, and that I talked about before with like the basicness of shape language. Like, look at the curves on its chest. Like, look at them very specifically, and you'll see that they are not even. I don't know how much that stands out immediately. Like, I notice this stuff because I look for it, but like I don't know if like you're necessarily going to catch that. And I don't know if you're going to catch that as much in motion too. But like, look at the size of these fingers. If you do art and you go, I can't draw, especially not hands, just come and look at this hand for me and tell me that Mazinger, the mecha genre that started like basically like jump-started mecha genres, that you can't draw hands when you look at what's going on between these fingers. Like this pinky just got like slapped onto the side. This thing's palm goes like you like it like juts out to grab the pinky. It's so funny. I wonder where we decided to give him pseudo pants with the black. Yeah, I mean, all three of them have this kind of pant-like shape, right? He's got like the purple briefs on, and then yeah, I should have assumed that was going to be TV show. Like, the Mazinger is also wearing them. But I have three things. Think one, it makes them look more human. This looks like a shirt, this looks like pants. So we want our villains to look a little bit humanoid, like I said in my Mazinger commentary, that we want to be reminded that the heroes and the villains are not actually as far from each other as, say, like traditional comic books would have you believe. And B, the human element makes it feel a little bit more like you can play as it. I know everyone always wants to be the hero, but sometimes being the villain and the monster is fun. But it's harder to approximate that when the monster is more monstrous and less human. So any little small signifier to make things more human helps. And like, one of the most signifiery of signifiers for humans is clothing. So I think it's there. I think B, if that's true for any one of the mechs, it helps to be unifying in design to do it for all of the mechs. But point C, but priority B, I think still, it just also happens to be that half of his height is in his legs. Like, this boy is a tall boy with his legs. So having just a different band of color in the middle of design is a good way to break things up. And it just happens to be that means that they're going to look like Trunks. I think that too, especially like these things are towering over buildings, right? So being able to have a like distinct visual color element at your like line of sight where you're going to see him up probably helps too, to be able to break it up from like whatever like white color the building is. Like if the buildings are going to be like this white to like light blue color, sometimes he's colored purple, like in his Infinity design. Or like you can see here, he's a little bit more purple. But like if he's standing next to a building, having this darker color to break that up from like where his body starts is like useful. It kind of gives the idea to humanize them, which is interesting. They are like, right? Like I do think thinking of them as humanoid is important, because also if we look at, like, I guess spoilers, we just saw it with the Great General of Darkness. The second set of enemies, the Mycenaean Empire, looks so much more inhuman. Here, let's. I would like the TV show one, please. Mycenaean Empire TV. Yeah, great. Can we just get one of their beasts, please? I guess the mechanical beasts. Is that right? No, because these get included in that. But they have. I think their designs are really cool. I wish I remember what their names were better. I guess one of the generals will still do it just fine. Julius Caesar. Yeah, here, perfect. Like, this is uncannily human, having this human head in the center. So to be able to, like, go one iteration on, like, oh, something looks wrong here. This is like the came back wrong trope almost. To then start with something more humanoid, like the Garida, to then be able to move into that future design, I think is also a good way to show escalation in terms of both, like, power, because we've added more monster, but also in how much more scary we should find the Mycenaean Empire. And they're well over 50 meters tall. Yeah. Like, they're real tall boys. I mean, yeah, I guess, sorry, no, they are, strictly speaking to us, they're medium-sized. Yeah, so but that does mean that a lot of leg space, when in reference to the city, is going to be the same color as the city. So I still maintain what I said about we need him to wear black underwear so that we can distinguish him across the city sky, the city skyline. But I think also, not necessarily as to defend the black portion of it, but I think he is missing one of the distinctive elements of the skeleton, which is to say the fragility of the core, right? Like, when I think of skeleton, I do think of ribcage, but I also think of, like, the exposed spine and all the organs are missing in the center, and then the weirdness of transitioning to singular back down to 2 for the pelvis. And I think that's way too fragile for the kind of chunkiness and tankiness and, like, weightiness that we want the Mazinger visuals to have, right? Like, these are the most fragile. They're the weakest. Ooh, excuse me. They're the weakest, and these are already beefy as the really, like, as what I described as being really dense and durable out of the Code Geass designs. And these are, like, the non-defensive characters, right? We have a very full body. Like, we don't have anything missing in the torso. We have a little bit of, like, we've got a little bit of, like, plunging, or I don't want to use the word plunging because that's a little dramatic, but we have a little bit of the, like, V for, like, the hip V. But otherwise, like full arms, full body, like, these don't taper in at all. These don't taper in at all. We have the, like, one-piece column neck. So I think part of this is also just, it stands out a little bit more because if we're up here and we're going, oh, skeleton, and we're going down here and we're like, oh, but just guy. And I'm not sure that there's a good way of, like, still maintaining the, like, ribcage bone deal while also then looking tough, at least using the simplicity of this art style. I guess maybe that's it also, is, like, what else do you want to, like, have this, like, what else do we do with legs when we also want to be pretty simple, right? Like, we were mostly going to be torso up, and a lot of action is going to be happening up here. We just need these to be functional to move them around. And I think this is just, like, a pretty easy deal. And, like, maybe I'm making a lot of this, and maybe Go Nagai was just like, I don't know, like, we just got to give him pants. Like, what do you mean we can't give him pants? Who's to say? I do think it's worth pointing out, as I've identified with these, like, weirdness of these fingers, that these are not clawed when we saw that the Douglas does have claws. So, like, we are still this feels more human than the Doubless does, and I don't think that's by accident, the fact that we were using a humanoid skull head. Hadias, Angoras, peak non-human. Oh yeah, I guess let's hear. I guess we should, let's see what the Hadias TV looks like, because we did just see him in the game, and he is like, he is also like bone. Yeah, right? Like, we have this still humanoid section, and we'll talk about him more. We'll get to him at some point. We'll talk about him more. But like, he says skeleton, but he also says fragile in a way that the Garda does not. But like, he is also late game, right? Where we are more allowed and more accepting of seeing fragile, because we already have seen that this group has surpassed what the previous group was. So like, seeing this dissonance of like, oh, this looks like this should be weak, but we've seen their actions have proven them strong, that says more. Therefore, we see this more as like a Grim Reaper rather than just like dead guy who picked up Scythe. Where here, we have literal no precedent to work from. This is like, this is your introduction to what this world looks like. So we have to set a precedent of like both in simplicity and like I was saying, in terms of like the kind of energy that this is conveying. It's not enough just to say things are action, right? Like, the weights from Mazinger feel weighty. It feels a little bit more akin to how martial arts is like described, right? When I was like taking martial arts lessons, one of the like primary instructions we were reminded of regularly was, every attack you want to be the last attack you are making. Unlike action movies where you want to do like 10, 20, 30 little flippy, kicky, dippy kind of things, ideally you punch the person once and then you're done. And like, Mazinger is not exactly that one and done, because like that doesn't really make good TV, other than in like very specific moments. It is way weightier than, say, like a Code Geass or a Gundam, where we're like a dogfight, lots of fire back and forth, dodging, moving, lots of sword clashes. I do like this red-yellow coloring. We talked about this with the Doubless too. I mean, this yellow is very similar to the Doubless yellow. So we're also, not only are we unifying color design across the body, we're also unifying color design across characters, which says they're part of the same team. But this red also mirrors the Mazinger. It foils the Mazinger in a really good way, right? Like, the Mazinger goes out and then up, and this goes out and then down. But it's also like, there's more of it and it's closer to the body, where the Mazinger has less of it, and is farther from the body. So like, even if you're not clocking it immediately, this looks inherently very opposed to the Mazinger, because it's like basically wearing the opposite, like it seems very visibly wearing the opposite team's jersey, you know? It looks different than how the Mazinger does. Therefore, this isn't on the same team. Which is like very simple logic, but again, it's a kids show, so like, it doesn't need to be that complex. We can just say different, therefore anime. And then I've saved in my mind the best for last. These commas are so funny to me. I mean, first, this is an incredible profile, right? Like, a common tip when describing character design is you want the silhouette of your character to be striking. If you can render the character in as simple a shape as possible and still produce the character, like, that's theoretically good design. And you see this, people do this sometimes with like taking Lego bricks and doing just like 4 one tile color pieces and just stacking those 4 on top of each other, and it's like the colors of Superman or Batman or Mickey Mouse, and like, that is so recognizable to us as those things because they are so dominant in media, that we associate those colors, that color with them really readily. And I think a similar thing is happening here too, but on very much the reverse scale. Like, this is maximalizing the amount of space that this character's profile can take up and still be like roughly believable. Like, I believe that this is a weapon that's being stored on the side of his head. Anything else more egregious than that, any more grandiose than this, I would believe it would be more egregious. Making the giant cutter like hair is crazy unique, and then them throwing them like boomerangs is iconic and super. Yeah. No, the fact that it is one of the early designs and we don't iterate on that really very much is, I think, speaks to both how it fits into the Mazinger world, which is to say it's kind of kooky, taken out of context, but when put all together, all of them feel like a homogenous whole. Not homogenous, a unified whole, because all of them use this like slightly off design styling to it. But also just that it's like it is still so uniquely these elements that it is hard to iterate on this without just like copying it one to one. Like, what are you gonna do? Put just like swords sticking out left and right from their head? Like, do axes as like bunny ears or something? Like, it just doesn't work as well. Like, the Kama shape is perfect for this because it also this curves along the angle of his arm perfectly. This arm is up and like doing something different, so it doesn't look the same way here. But like, right, like this curves along the like upraised portion of his shoulder excellently, and then circles back in to mirror the head shape too. The use of commas to me is really interesting. So like when we looked at Hadias, we saw the scythe, and like at this point now we are familiar enough with those design elements that we go, oh yeah, like Grim Reaper, reaping, it's like the evil weapon because it's like curved and cruel. But, and I don't know if this is here, I don't know if I'm trying to make something out of nothing, but like commas especially were not originally weapons. Like the commas and the sai of Japanese fame, and China too, were like harvest things, right? Like a comma was just like a small little reaper that you used in your hand to like quickly chop down plants and like take like and like bring them back for harvest. The sai, the like 3-pointed little trident sticky weapon, was just a winch to hold together a cart and like something to like pull it. So to me at least, because there is like some part of like there's simplicity to those weapons, but in a way that says that this is also like very much the lowest ranks, right? These are the weapons of the average, the laborer, the grunt, not the weapons of like royalty. Swords are not that effective of weapons, but we like giving them to people in power because A, they look cool, and B, because they are not as useful as something like a spear, it theoretically connotes skill that you can fight with it. You have to be closer to your enemy, putting you at more risk, requiring you to be more deft. Which is not to say that like these weapons are not necessarily like weapons that require dexterity, but primarily if you're thinking about like what they mean or like why they are here or why they are being used as weapons, they were used on behalf of the desperate because they had nothing else to use. We will see throughout Mazinger that Baron Asura and Dr. Hell will revive plenty of monsters. The Mycenaean army has loads of beasts, but at least at the time, it wasn't like the two of them were looking through this like long corridor of like, which weapon will we select today to try to destroy the Mazinger? It was just like, here are the two that we've got. And to me, at least, having the commas be there matches that perfectly. The comma is the weapon of, I guess I have something sharp. And like the Garuda is also that. It's the like, well, I guess this will work because they don't think they needed anything else. We didn't need the most refined, most perfected, most honed power. These things were just supposed to conquer the world without any interference, and like you only need the most rudimentary force to stop anything that has no force. Making the giant. Oh no, I'm sorry. I read that one already. I guess my page like refreshed or something. But with that said, like I said with Hadias, I think there is probably some element of like skeleton, Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper wields a scythe that goes into why these are sickle shaped this way too. That it is not, we're not just fighting for property, we are not just fighting for the sanctity of the city, but any battle that takes place on the grounds of something very tangible is also like an existential battle. These villains are not ones of just like moral ill character, right? Like I've said my piece about not saying my piece on Baron Asura or Bracken quite yet, and I've said it so many times this analysis that they are like monstrous, like they are somehow aberrantly human. They are an existential threat to not just the physical world, not just like a city, but like the concept of humanity. So to have a weapon and a character design that is associated with here's a vocabulary word for you, the psychopomp, that is a spiritual entity that carries souls through one state of being into another. So see like Charon or Thanatos or Hermes sometimes, depending on who you ask, or those were all Greek examples or Greco-Roman. Like King Yama from like the Japanese underworld. And then just like the Western, the European, the Grim Reaper is also a psychopomp. If you want to be a real snot, to my best knowledge, I did not take a lot of Greek, but to my best knowledge, sorry, I didn't take any Greek. I was learning it passively on the side. It's not a psychopomp, it's a psychopomp. But like to use the design of the psychopomp to talk about like a war, not just of one material plane, but like across spirit, across what is more than physical. I think tries to establish the stakes ever so subtly at first that do escalate into these like larger conversations of like what does eternity look like in the system. I mean, like the villain's name is literally Dr. Hell. Like what else is there to say, I guess, right? We're not just warring against some guy who was like, I got too rich and got bored, now I'm going to buy the world to death. Like he's like, no, I am literally the embodiment of hell, sent forth to like bring out this like monstrous hell spawn of death. New word unlocked. I'm glad we can keep adding onto the list. I am nothing if not a collection of $3 words. I literally have sitting next to my computer a list of like, these are way too specific and will probably never come up, but I need to try and force it to my vocabulary somehow to remember list of words. And like it's great. A lot of them come from different languages because sometimes it feels right to have this like very poignant description of something that's like, well, I know what it is, but it's gonna take me like 30 seconds to talk you through what's happening there. Doublis and Garada IMO have amazing designs, but the concept art design was very as seen in Shin, where they use their concept designs and both are downgrades. Okay, well let's go. I will take a look at those quick then. I won't say my whole thought on them, but let's see what they look like. Garada. Do you think I can just do Shin and it will give it to me? Oh, because I didn't put K7 in. Yeah. This looks also a little bit more toy-like. This looks a little bit more like G.I. Joe kind of villain. This feels like a downgrade. This looks like they gave this downgrade the best possible treatment that they could have. He needs to be using this on his business card. This PR is doing a lot of good for him. Doublis M2 Shin. Okay. Oh, this one uses parentheses this time and not slashes. The Doublis looks like largely the same. That's like basically the same. I don't mind this one, but yeah, Yeah, I mean, that is true. There is definitely more colors. We can talk about that some more too when we get to like later iterations of things. There is a once anime started like going in on the fact that people really liked it, they definitely played a lot more with like what are the quote the rules. And there is definitely an oversaturation. Maybe hold on, maybe that's a phrase that's distracting because saturation has a meaning with color specifically. There's definitely an overuse of visual elements. Yeah, so like having too many colors, or like just having so many flipping fonts everywhere. there's definitely around this time period is also where everything has like 12 fonts on screen at once too. It does bother me how this wiki isn't consistent with parentheses and brackets. Yeah, no, it's very tilting. Or like how this is templated. Right? Like if I go to TV, like I went to TV and it takes me to all, and then if I go into TV, I guess this, okay, never mind. This is up here and I was just being an idiot. Yeah, no, I am glad this is here. I'm glad this is a resource, but like as you said, this is a niche that needs to get filled. Some of these things are dire looking because people just like have like we don't have the time or resources to support this in a way that it needs. So hopefully, maybe my random ramblings will get people to care about them some more. Hold on, I'm gonna minimize this for a second so you just like don't see in case like weird search results come up. There shouldn't be any, but who knows? There's one other thing that I need to point out, and I think this also answers to like the underpants shape too a little bit. I am very determined. That this is why the Douglas is also designed like this. Open image in new tab. Okay. I would like to show you what is maybe the oldest anime character in existence. We have Golden Bat. This weird skull superhero man is so fascinating to me. This story is like maybe older than like the modern concept of Japanese. Like there's like maybe some evidence to be said about like oh man, what are those called? It's not the shadow puppets, it's like the papercraft little doll puppets that you'd put on like small little stage plays with. But I think when I was watching a documentary about the the nature of Golden Bat and like the history of him, and I think there's like maybe one from like the 1600s that is like roughly shaped like this, that he's wearing a cloak, like a little bit like more contemporaneous cloak, but is like framed as if being superhero like, and it's like one of the very first things that got animated. It's like almost all lost media at this point. I think we have a couple episodes, but it's like one of the very earliest forms of anime. So I would also not be surprised if the Garuda owed some of its design to Gold Bat. I mean, like it is just a skeleton, but it's also like unmistakably a very early skeleton, and then this is like very early still too. But like he has the same kind of like wrestling Trunks kind of energy to him. Otherwise, there's not like a lot of similarities. Gold Bat is also a hero in his story. He is the main. He's like, I don't know if he's the protagonist. I don't think we necessarily see from his perspective, but he is a hero in his stories. But I also just like always want an excuse to bring him up because it's just like a piece of anime history that like people don't talk about enough. Small but passionate Mazinger fans. I mean, yeah, no, that's like, I think that's what a lot of these Super Robot series are, is that people care about them really deeply, and there's just not a lot of them. Mazinger fans are on life support. The last thing they got proper was Mazinger U series last year. Yeah. I really hope, and I know nothing about what's happening here, but I really hope that we get a trequel, a trilogy of series, so that we get Mazinger U and then Mazinger F and then Mazinger O. That would be so excellent if that's the choice that they made. excuse you, it's a gold skeleton with a sick cloak. I mean, yes, no, he is absolutely excellent. No, I think he's really cool. I don't know what I said that was slanderous of him. I apologize. But it's yeah, it surprises me for as much as all of us on the internet like to be like, actually I know, and a lot of that has to do with like the time period or like the framing around like when things happen. There's just like some bits of history that we just like really just leave in the dust. But I think that will do it for me for today. I am definitely feeling a bit fatigued after just the same things going on here. So hopefully we get something new next scenario. But I think we'll probably, ideally we finish up chapter 5 on Monday, and then yeah, that would be perfect. If we can finish chapter 5 on Monday, and then Thursday starts us on chapter 6, then this upcoming Friday, if that is true, this upcoming Friday would then be our first foray into trying to LTC. I know what I want that to look like, and I'll talk about it more at the time. But that will be fun. I'm looking forward to that. If we do that, I will be trying to LTC this game. Just I will have the LTC follow whatever the most recent game we have played, in respect to when that is. Depending on how long that takes, like who knows, we might just be on that forever. Especially because we're doing every other Friday, so it's like a lot longer. Like I said at the beginning of the video, but in case you forgot or you're here live and you missed this part, look forward to Thursday being a conversation. I'll talk more about like Code Geass R2 as a whole in the story, which is, I'm just warning as it's going to be spoilers. Someone will spoiler tag it, or we'll timestamp it. So if you want to avoid and you don't want to hear about the plot, we can then. But I at least want to have that as a like background to start talking about some of the other robots too. Because like now that I'm done with my Mazinger bit for a minute, we'll go back to not Reconnect. That's the Kingdom Hearts group. The Rose anime we were just talking about. So we'll be back in Code Geass territory, and being able to like talk distinctly about how the end of that show goes will, I think, definitely be helpful in talking about some of the design elements there. So yeah, look forward to that on Thursday. But other than that, I will be streaming tomorrow still. I know I didn't mention it anywhere in there, but it'll just be like a regular day. So we'll hopefully finish up tomorrow with chapter 5. And I will see you all at 4 then. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for watching.